welcome to Something to Talk About. My name is Taco, and this is the Thursday afternoon stream. It's Thursday afternoon. It's time to party. I'm your excellent host, Wayne Campbell, and with me always is Garth. Wait, no, that's a completely different show. That's Wayne's World. This is Something to Talk About, and we're going to be talking about Stannis. Isn't that crazy? We're going to be doing that. And I do got some guests. So we're a tad late, but when it rains, it pours with technical difficulties. Every single person on the stream had at least one, except for Russ. He's always awesome. But yes, let's get moving. Hopefully everyone's going to start showing up, and I'm going to bring in first my esteemed Canadian friend who I've been doing shows with for a very, very long time, but not on this channel. I think you've showed up for one, but yeah, we used to talk about something that doesn't exist anymore on an old channel. So let's bring in Dave.
What's up, Taco? I am excited to be here talking about the one true king, Stannis, the Mannis. Yeah. I was thinking about that earlier today too. It's like we have been talking about this stuff since like pre-pandemic.
Yeah. Wow. No, absolutely. I think I met you. I met you. Yes, you used to be my thumbnail guy, and then somebody else was my thumbnail guy. Now I'm my own. I just do them in PowerPoint.
But I bet they're not sneaking a Jedi Master I'm gonna die in there.
No, I'm a gun die is no longer in my thumbnails. But I was gonna say you are my second favorite Canadian named Dave.
Is Dave Matthews Canadian?
No. And he's not even close to my favorite Dave. It's like 30 down on my favorite Dave.
You got a Dave Matthews look about you, man.
Ouch. Ouch. No, Dave Foley.
Oh, okay. That's a good Dave. Right. That's a pretty good Dave.
And then straight from his kitchen, somewhere in a unknown, undisclosed place, most likely cooking up legal substances such as mac and cheese. And we got Rust.
Ahoy, hoy.
What is your favorite, you only have 10 minutes to make yourself food dish? The mac and cheese?
Ooh, only have 10 minutes. No, I'd probably go shrimp ramen or beef ramen.
There you go.
Specifically Maruchan brand. Fuck top ramen. Yeah.
Been doing a lot of firewalk as for my my ramen. Not because
that a brand name?
Yes, it's a brand name. They got the
fancy pants.
Very, very, very hot. They got a Mongolian beef, it's like a pouch of just pepper oil that you can. That's like, do you dare to use it all? I do dare to use it all, and I pour it all in.
I think I got that on Amazon once, and it was that was above my white person spice level.
It's good. I don't have a white person spice level. I got beyond whatever the nationality that loves spices. Dornish? I'm Dornish. Moonman, are you doing good? Hi, Moonman. No, he is not. Wait. I don't know. You look a little frozen still, Moonman.
Wheels within wheels. I can see him.
Oh, yeah. No, Alfredo's definitely
I can't hear him.
Nope, I think he is
and he's not moving. Okay.
Still a blur. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm
what
gonna
if
boot you, Moon Man.
What if none of this is like video errors? He's actually a robot and this is all issues with his own programming.
So
he's actually seeing a genuine live feed of what he's doing.
I thought you were gonna
identify all the stop signs and
I thought you were
all the way in.
I thought you were gonna go with the old Mitch Hedberg Sasquatch. Maybe he's just a blurry animal, and that's the problem.
Yeah, there's that too. And because I forgot about this stream, I forgot to take my dog out a little bit early, so I need to go do that now.
Okay, you do that, and then
it'll be a short walk.
Me and Dave can get going on reading all these. So, Dave, let's do an intro, and that's gonna be we're talking about Stannis Baratheon, and I want to say before we start talking about Stannis Baratheon, click like, please, if you're in the stream. There's more people in the stream that have clicked like on the stream, so please click like. And also, if you want, we have a lot to get through today. A lot. We have 23 slides. 3 of them are quotes. but 20 of them are story, and they're all jacked full of text. And Dave will use all of his dyslexic powers to help me read as much as possible.
I'll fumble my way through it like a Baratheon fumbles through war.
Yeah, there you go. And so since we have so much to get through, if you absolutely have a question that you want us to answer, Song of Ice and Fire related, you can please send a super chat, and we will absolutely try to we will answer it 100% if it's a super chat. If you don't send it as a super chat, it might just move by us and we might not see it. And if you want to donate without sending a super chat, we do have my PayPal link in the description. So let's go. I'm going to check comments really quick. And Christy's here. What's up? All the way down in Australia. And then, yeah, April Maeve's hanging out. We got the Lollitop. And we got everybody hanging out in the chat. Yeah. Oh, all right, Stannis. I'll read the first one. Stannis Baratheon. Yeah, dude, they're all this jacked. If you want to go by paragraphs, we can, but we have a lot. Stannis Baratheon is the head of House Baratheon of Dragonstone. He is the second-born son of Steffon Baratheon and Lady Cassana Estermont. He has two brothers, Robert and Renly Baratheon. Stannis serves on Robert's small council and is the master of ships at the beginning. And he is married to Lady Selyse of House Florent. Like his brothers, King Robert and Lord Renly, Stannis is a large man, tall, broad shoulders, and wiry. Jon Snow notes that Stannis towers over him. Stannis has dark blue eyes and a heavy brow. His head has only a fringe of black hair, like a shadow of his crown. He's bald, is what we're trying to say. He has blue-black beard. That's so cool. Cropped close to his square jaw. I used to use that hair dye. Blue-black was what I used to always dye my hair. Stannis's face has a tightness to it, like cured leather. And he has hollow cheeks, he has thin, pale lips, and often clenches his jaw, and he grinds his teeth when he is angry. Stannis is serious and stubborn, rarely forgiving, a hard man with a strong sense of duty and justice. He is proud and protective of his honor. In his adult life, Stannis is increasingly embedded by the lack of affection he receives from Robert. Yeah, his brother doesn't love him, and he's mad. Even though he serves as the king as well as he can. Stannis is not a man for easy courteousness, and he has always been uncomfortable around women, even his own wife. Stannis rarely sleeps with her and takes no joy in it. All right. And they have one daughter, Shireen Baratheon. Whoo-wee! Moonman, did you just go straight to audio? Nope. All right. I thought since Moonman came in like this, he was going to be straight. All right. Well, we happened to find something. One could say a snake in my boot, because even though Russ has taken out his dog and Moonman's having technical difficulties, I found a viper.
This is very dumb. This is a very dumb intro, and I love it. Hello.
There's a snake in my boot. Oh, I get it. There's a snake.
For someone who did not know what the punchline to that joke was going to be,
you had no idea who Viper was.
I was just like, well, I didn't know that there was another person joining. I was just like, where is he going with this? What? Did Taco have a stroke?
Oh, I have.
Damn.
Sorry I was late. The bus was running late today. And, okay, guys. Did we know, is it common knowledge that seagulls can eat starfish?
No.
Do people know? Well, I saw one do exactly that today.
See, I would be late too if I saw that.
And
that seems like, yeah.
It looks like it wasn't going to fit into its mouth, and it did, but like its throat was like bulging because of the starfish.
Wow.
And it was the most terrifying thing. So that happened.
All right, we're going to see if we can hear Moonman this time. Moonman, can we hear you?
Check. Can you hear me?
Oh,
hey, there he is.
There we go.
All right. We got something cooking. We downgraded from blurry Moonman to invisible Moonman. Well, it's upgraded, probably.
Oh, yeah.
It stinks because he's so handsome. It's true. Moonman's really handsome. In fact, all of us are pretty handsome. Dave, you're looking good for being a dad, soon to be a second dad.
Yeah, you know. My wife wouldn't say so, but you know.
You could pay the compliment back to me, but I guess you're just gonna let it drop. That's fine.
We have had a long-standing. We got to talk about Stannis, but we have a long-standing where I don't like you very much on camera.
I know, but I thought we could leave that with the old channel.
Oh, okay.
I literally got. I was closer to you than almost anybody else on the old channel, but we
That's
always
true.
did a thing on the stream that we didn't like each other,
Anyway,
which was hilarious.
No, Taco, you're looking great. You're reading great. That was such good reading. And Stannis Baratheon, eh? What a guy.
We have so much. So I feel like Rust can get back in. All right. So for people who don't know, I did a poll after I wrote this huge one and the one we're about to read. And then I looked and we didn't even get to the story yet. Oh God, Moonman's gone again.
Moonman's gone again.
We were just to the description of Stannis, and it was 2 slides, and I was like, this is going to be too much. Maybe I shouldn't cover the story. So I asked, like, do I cover his entire story? Should I just do vibes? So should I do like 2 slides? Should I do like 10? Or should I do 20? And the 20 part of the poll got 80%.
Oh my God.
That's why we're doing this slog today. So Viper, if you have to leave because you have a life, that's fine later. That's cool. If I end this by myself, I will not be upset because this is gonna be a lot.
Yep.
Oh boy.
This is true.
Yeah. So does anyone have anything just about the more broad like physicality of Stannis before we move on to the next one? I think Chrissy somebody had a good one earlier. Yeah, that Stannis doesn't really feel Baratheon-y. Yeah. Probably because he's not like boisterous. Because Baratheons are very like the Laughing Storm, Lionel Baratheon, they're very like
this is true.
Like book 1 Robert when Stannis is
Yeah, he really is the like black sheep is kind of an overused term, I feel, but like the black sheep of the Baratheons, even in like the way he carries himself, and he would be so much the like third build guy in any other fantasy story. Like he would be the mentor figure to the hero. He would be the like the guard that he meets in the first town or whatever. Like Stannis has always given me you are almost the protagonist in a different story vibes.
Yeah he's well he's also the king that probably once you got to book 2 you're like, well, this dude ain't gonna last long, and he's the only one who's still kicking. And he's kind of awesome, dude. We do know I can't do anything about it, and Dave has tried.
I have everything turned all the way up. If I am too quiet, that just means I'm not going to yell because this vent is connected to my dog.
And I'm not in control of his audio. Only he is in control of his audio.
And, if I am too quiet and I'm a distraction, I'm more than welcome to, or not more than welcome, I'm more than happy to go join the chat.
I'm looking through my stuff and I cannot help with your audio. I can just mute you if you annoy me. So watch it. Rust, do you have anything you want to say about Stanny before I move on to the next slide?
No. I just do want to say or ask actually, Viper, you and I have done a video once before, right?
Yes.
Say again?
We did a House of the Dragon discussion video, I think.
Yeah, that's how I first saw Vipers, because you were on one of his videos.
Oh, nice.
And I was like, who's this guy?
All right. Well, it's nice to put a face to the voice. So,
yeah.
Good to have you. That's all I have to say for now.
I do have some clips we can play for Stannis before we move on.
Okay. Bracing myself.
All right. Get ready. They're not too much yet. Now we just got his dad trying to find him.
There we go. I know South Park.
There's that. And I think that's all I got. I do got something for Viper that I didn't get to play last time.
Oh, okay. Wonderful.
You ready?
Yeah. Ready.
Where with the Vipers?
I got rid of all the other of Tony Soprano going, we're with the Vipers. He says it like 6 times. I got rid of all the other ones. I just
One of these days I'm gonna watch The Sopranos and get all these references.
Dude, watch it. And I don't have anything for you Dave, so I can play this.
No, I poop too much, and then I get tired.
That's it.
That is taken from the last flight I was on.
Oh yeah, did you get
Very
tired?
true.
Okay. Let's go on to slide 3. I'm gonna continue to read these until somebody volunteers, but I will not volunteer anybody because it's gonna be a slog. So the first one was Stannis, and this one's the Mannis. Influenced by Melisandre, a red priestess of R'hllor, the Lord of Light, Stannis adopts a new sigil which depicts this. Ooh, I did really good on the first one. Now I'm ready to mess it up. Depicts a stag of House Baratheon enclosed with a red heart surrounded by an orange flame. Stannis dresses more plainly than many of his noble peers. He sometimes wears gray wool tunic, a dark red mantle, and a plain black leather belt, which hangs his sword and dagger. On campaign, he wears studded leather jerkin over quilted doublet, worn boots, breeches, a brown ruffspun, and a belt studded with garnets and a yellow topaz. Ooh, that's cool. Other armor includes wool and boiled leather and gray plates inlaid with the flaming heart. I don't know why I kept all that. I was really trying to dumb down a lot of the descriptions, but I kept all of its dress. So that's hilarious. Stannis' squires are Devon Seaworth, Brian Faring, we're going to go with, and Sir Andrew Estermont, who serves as his squire years ago. He's not one anymore. Stannis is cordial, but not friendly with Lord Jon Arryn, Robert's hand of the king. Stannis is also not a friend to Lord Eddard Stark, though he respects Ned's honor and honesty. Who doesn't? Stannis is a accomplished commander, sailor, and warrior with no thirst for battle, instead of commanding near the rear. Been there. He has never had an affection for nobles or small folk, but can command fierce loyalty from his soldiers' knights. Feasts at his court are quiet and dignified. Dignified. Moonman, how are you doing?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey,
how you doing?
My connection seems more stable now.
Yeah, you definitely sound good.
Go lay down.
You sound better
Sorry
than
about that.
Dave. So maybe if you can combine Dave, the fact we can see him, with the fact we can hear you, you can become one person.
Well, we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, fusion dance.
I just gotta say, based on everything you were reading there,
I would buy a beer with that logo.
The immediate thought I had was like, how great would Stannis' life has been if Robert never died, or if Robert never rebelled? Like, his life would have been everything. You're like, he enjoys this. He has no love for small folk or nobility. It's like, man, he really got screwed by his brother wanting his brother's girlfriend running off with the Targaryen. Like, he would have like just lived a peaceful life where no one bothered him.
All the things that a king needs to be, he doesn't really like doing. Like, he has no thirst for battle, even though they enter a huge war. And he's like, oh, he's not really courteous or has a big love of people. It's like, yeah, no, he's and this can go with just the problems with it goes with just the problems of the feudalist system of blood is why you get the job, not, merit. And the fact that he is the second son of Steffon Baratheon makes him the king, even though that he isn't really qualified, doesn't really want to do it. After saying all that, he's still my favorite king. So he's still more of a king than all the other kings. So yeah.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Sorry to jump in late like this. I caught the end of what you were saying there, and when it comes to I don't know what point we're at, but there's definitely a lot to say about Robert's Rebellion and like his feelings about it, and the
we will get into Robert's Rebellion.
We'll get there soon at some point.
Yeah, we're just talking vibes, his character so far. You catch that, Moonman?
Oh, he's frozen again.
Oh, come on! No.
He flew too close to the sun, turning on the
camera.
camera.
No, Moonman.
I will say, it's kind of it's kind of crazy to me how Stannis amassed such a, I guess, like, I would say large support in book 2, even before he killed Renly. Because, like,
Cool.
you know, he follows a sort of like unfamiliar religion, follows in air quotes. He's not charismatic.
No, absolutely not.
Like Renly. He doesn't even want to be king. He's just like, oh, I have to.
Mhm.
I guess it's like the I'll do it myself sort of attitude that attracts people, but it just baffles me as to how he was able to amass like such a large following.
Well, we'll get to that specifically in the next slide because au contraire, Viper, he actually doesn't. Right away, he doesn't pull anybody from the actual Stormlands, right? He only gets the part of the Crownlands that are in the Narrow Sea, and that's kind of it at the start.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I guess most of it is circumstantial. I guess most of it is like after Renly's death.
That's what did it.
That's what does it.
The more charismatic Renly pulls 2 complete kingdoms, and Stannis pulls half of one.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's got demons on the side. He's got shadow monsters.
If you've got a shadow baby, you can go far in Westeros.
You can go far, man. Who needs politics when you got a shadow baby? Rust, keep eating those chicken fries.
We'll get to it when we get to it.
We'll get
but
to
also,
chicken.
a waste of a shadow baby. Like, I get it. Like,
They're
use
funnel
that on
cake
someone
fries.
better.
Oh, those are the best funnel cake fries. Dave, do they have funnel cake fries in Canada?
And I'm dipping them in pure maple syrup.
Oh,
that's very Canadian.
I'm sure we call them something different.
You ever do a funnel cake? Do they have funnel cakes at the fair?
We called in New England. We called funnel cake fried dough.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if that gets it.
Funnel
Yeah.
fries.
Okay.
I am also Canadian, by the way. So...
Well, I didn't know that about you, Viper.
Yeah, well, I feel like we talked about that one of the past streams, but
damn.
Yeah, I'm also from Canada.
Damn,
funnel fries.
I'm
familiar.
Sorry, I'm gonna send this message, and then we're gonna get to the next one. I feel like we're feeling this out. We walked into a lot of issues right away, and
we're just
we're getting moving.
Out,
yeah, we're getting moving. All right, early life. Stannis was born in 264 AC. When Stannis was no more than 4 years old, his father took him and Robert to the Red Keep in King's Landing, and he thought Tywin on the throne was Aerys. So I cut this one down a lot. So this whole story is he goes there, sees a guy on the Iron Throne, and he thinks, wow, that's a king. Like, the dude's commanding people. He's telling them what to do. He's very, very, kingish, very regal. And then he finds out like a week later that was Tywin and that the Mad King wasn't there that day. So he just thought like the Mad King was like, wow, the Mad King's awesome. Like, why do we even call him that? They don't yet. But no, it just turns out it was just Tywin doing the Hand of the King because the Mad King cut himself like the day before. So I cut that story down a lot. But yeah.
Is not an unreasonable mistake to make, because I don't remember if this also occurs. I think this occurs in the books as well. But when when the peasants from the Riverlands come to tell them about the mountain harassing them.
Yeah, that's book stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That guy mistakes Stark for King Robert.
Oh yeah, I missed that. That might be true. I don't know. I guess I haven't reread that chapter.
Well, he calls him Your Grace, and then somebody snaps at him. You're addressing the hand.
It's
like that is all.
Okay. Well,
what a terrible time to be alive. Where like that those distinctions, you've never seen a picture of the Mad King before. You don't know what this guy looks like.
It was like what the first election in our own in well, not our own country because we got some Canadians afoot, but in the United States.
You also have elections down there?
Yes, we do. Our last one, it was great. And so like we didn't actually see pictures of our candidates until like the 1860s. It was the first time we actually so that's what the dude looks like, which is great. we got a lot to read, so I'm going to keep going. Sorry if we're kind of letting comments go by. I have a lot to get through, so if you want to for sure have us answer your question, please send it in a super chat or the PayPal link in the description. But because we got a lot of Stannis. All right. As a lad, Stannis found an injured goshawk bird and nursed it back to life. He called it Proudwing, but then Robert called it Weakwing because it was all weak.
Burn.
Yeah, he's a jerk. Robert Baratheon. I don't want to go online, but this guy's a real jerk. Eventually, Stannis' great uncle, Sir Harbert, convinced him to abandon the bird, stating that Stannis was making a fool out of himself with it. That is so rough. Maester Crescent came to care deeply for Stannis as he felt Stannis was the one who needed him the most and was the most unloved of the three. It's kind of a part of Stannis you don't really think about too much, is that he kind of was almost bullied as a kid.
Well, you almost think about this moment with the bird, and I've always taken a great notice about this moment where we don't get a lot of time where Stannis is being caring about things or taking an interest in things outside of it's my rightful place to be the king, so I should be the king. Blah, 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 blah. Shadow baby, go. But you almost look back at this moment and find this is probably the moment where he lost a lot of joy, where he put so much effort into this little bird that he was nursing back to health, and then his boisterous older brother comes in, talks smack about it, and it's well, I'm never doing that again. And you just internalize that. It's like when your older brother, I assume I don't have an older brother.
I do.
You're watching freaking Spider-Man, that's stupid. And then you never watch Spider-Man again.
It never happened with Spider-Man, but definitely some music where I was like, hey man, do you like this band? And he's like, that band sucks. And I was like, okay, I guess I don't like AFI anymore.
Yeah. And someone pointed out in the chat, total middle child syndrome. I get that.
That's me in the chat.
Oh yeah.
I'm a middle child, and I don't know if this was true or not, but this is the sense that I got growing up. It was like my older brother, because it was with your first child, you're always more nervous, right? You're more attentive to
absolutely
what the noises they make and stuff because you're new parents.
You've
That's
never
how
done
it
it
is.
before. Yep.
Right. And so, but then the second child comes along and you realize that you can close their bedroom door at night. And if you can't hear them through the door, then it's probably okay. So it's that. But the thing is, by then they've trained themselves that they pay attention to the first child that way. And the second child, me, sees that, right? That they respond to him more than they respond to me. So it feels like he can get attention whenever he wants. And then my younger brother comes along, and when you have a third kid, this is right. When people have a second kid, they're usually our first kid needs a friend. When they have a third one, they're usually looking at somebody else with a baby and thinking, oh, we really kind of want another one of those. So now the third one comes along, and they're the baby, right? So they're treated more
after two, but yeah,
they're treated more like a pet, So it's the first child can get attention whenever they want. The third child can do no wrong because they're the cute little baby.
Yeah.
And that's middle child syndrome.
We're bringing in Moon Man to try one more time. How are you doing?
Yeah.
Don't let me interrupt. You guys keep going. We'll see what happens.
All right.
No, it was it for me.
Jump in when you want. We're talking orb. The
Orb?
big huge Google eyes.
Me. I'm the orb. I gotcha.
I love this character for Moon Man. This is the Clippy version of Moon Man.
I like how I pulse when I talk.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I am
looks
the
like he
third
should
child
pulse when he talks.
I am the third child, but I definitely don't feel like a pet, but I also don't think my mom really cared about any of us. So it doesn't really follow your analogy too much, Russ. But yeah, I think that you're on it.
This is assuming that you have loving parents.
Yeah.
Which I very much do. I don't want to be taking a shit on
Sure,
my parents here.
she loved me in
They're
her
very
own
kind
way.
people.
Are baby
And I'm
boomers as like
very lucky
as a cohort capable of love, or like, or
So I just said, I
or
think
really
she,
truly deep down believing other people genuinely exist?
yeah, no, I think my baby boomer mom loved me in her own style, but you know, like. I don't want to get into this. All right, let's get out of generational abuse and let's move.
I mean, it's
to,
also dealing with like lead poisoning and undiagnosed autism.
Yeah,
you know,
it was rough. My mom also grew up extremely poor, like dirt floor. Like she grew up in the 30s, in the 80s. So, yeah. So the fact that my mom's like, dude, you've eaten this day. What are you complaining about? You know, like it had that, like, oh, you want to know what I put up with? Whenever I complained.
But when did Stannis eat?
We're getting to that. So he ate Proudbird. No, I'm kidding.
Damn.
278 AC. Stannis' parents. Oh my god. You guys ready for the happiest thing? In the 278 AC, Stannis' parents were sent by Aerys II to Volantis to find a bride for Rhaegar Targaryen, but they were unsuccessful. And then he watched them from Storm's End as his parents' ship sank in front of him. According to Stannis, this is when he lost faith in the Seven. So yeah, he saw his parents die.
Yep. Happy times.
Man, he almost could have been Batman.
He could still be Batman.
Well, probably not now.
Stagman. He's kind of Batman-esque. He's Batman-esque. Batman-esque? Was that a word? All right, let's move on because we're finally getting into Robert's Rebellion. So when Robert's Rebellion kicked off, Stannis had to choose between being loyal to his brother or to his king. And Robert, but he, chose Robert. And then when he returned from his battles at Summerhall with his prisoners, who he eventually befriended. Okay, I chopped this one up so much. So Robert returned from Summerhall with his prisoners, but he was already becoming chummy with the guys he just took prisoner. So that's what we're talking about. Robert was, not Stannis. He doesn't have friends. Stannis warned his brother that he had befriended the men who wanted to deliver him to Aerys to be burned. Stannis would have thrown them into a dungeon, but Robert made them allies. Which, isn't that what you're supposed to do? Like if they bend the knee, if they surrendered, you treat them well. Robert at least had that in him.
This is reminiscent of like Aegon the Conqueror, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Aegon the Conqueror started with no army, but he had a huge one because he immediately let the guys who surrendered to him join him. Like that. Which,
to be fair though, that's like the one example in Game of Thrones history where that works. 9 times out of 10 in A Song of Ice and Fire, you befriend your allies. A fortnight from now, they're selling you out, or you befriend your enemies. A fortnight from then, they're selling you out to the.
This is true.
Okay, I wouldn't go so far to say fortnight. Like the Boltons waited 100 years, or a couple hundred years.
I'll try. Okay,
I think,
a fort year.
I think in general, though, like the nature of part of what's going on is like the nature of the feudal system is that as a feudal ruling class, like they do sort of appreciate each other's position in relation to their own. Like it is usually easier to let to let people keep their station because their rights to their holdings are the same as your rights to your holdings, and I think like I think that's part of what's going on is that like they fight these wars, but ultimately a lot of the time most relationships are left in place. There's some losers. There's maybe some winners, big winners in the wars. There's some losers, but a lot of people do, even if maybe the lord over you gets switched out because they're a big loser in this war. But you are, you just kneel to that lord, and nothing much changes. And I think,
you're getting into the broken man speech a little bit there.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the difference is between like Aegon's conquest and Robert's Robert's rebellion, Robert's conquest is like the degree to which like those projects are broadly successful on those same terms. Like in some ways, Robert does basically try to leave almost everything he possibly can in place and just does not. He lets everyone basically bend the knee to him, and he doesn't really try to build any new institutions. He doesn't seek out like any like formations of power that could challenge him, even when one does very dramatically rise to do so in the form of Balon Greyjoy's rebellion. He leaves Balon in ruling the Iron Islands as well, and
who just waits until he dies. Yeah,
not to say that you can't as well do that and have success like Aegon did, but Aegon also did. Some of those kings died. The gardeners died. The Howras or whatever died. They're gone. Those houses were wiped out or replaced. So
okay. Sorry, you're kind of roboting right now.
He has a bit. Also, then made peace with.
We're losing you, Moon Man.
And I think that's the only way to be careful. But
this is ground control to Major Tom. You sound like a robot.
Oh, nope.
I'm sorry.
You're still there. Right. You're just roboting.
We got like every 7.
I'm sorry.
The audio's cutting out a bit.
You're much better now.
No, you did really good there for a bit, but then you start you became all vowels.
All right. Well, I don't. Anyway, it's I think it's like it depends on a lot of factors whether that's successful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I don't think that just because it worked with Aegon, you can just try it. I mean, we learned that from Dance of Dragons, how literally everyone, spoilers, but everyone had to frickin' die for that war to end. Like, no one was going to be okay with the other person succeeding. There was no, kneeling by the end of that war. It was just all bad blood and just all like, no, screw that. You get to die. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
And the Targaryens did have to largely die or escape for Robert's rebellion to be successful.
True.
Or that's what happened anyway. And maybe you heard it, maybe you didn't. But like in Aegon's conquest, he did clean house of some of those royal houses.
The horrors. Like he had to burn Harrenhal. Like there was no way you're gonna. Yep, and the Gardeners. I think that was just because they were foolish enough to bring all their heirs on the same battlefield. Like, have they not seen Saving Private Ryan?
But it did, but it is what happened, and so I think it's like that's a major part of those other kings kneeling and becoming, great lords under Aegon's empire is the discipline of those other kings dying, and being wiped off the map and just being replaced by him. So it's like it's all part of the same thing.
Yeah, no, I agree. Now I want to move on, and also since I actually have Moon Man on here for more than 5 minutes before he cuts out, I'm going to play some of my Moon Man clips. So I have this one. I got that one. Hi, Viper, you're back. Let's put Viper here. Let's get these guys back. And then I got this one. And there we go.
What in the world was that?
Rick and Morty.
Rick and Morty.
Oh, yeah, the fart that pooped gold. Good episode.
I finally watched Rick and Morty this year.
Wow. Did you say you don't get the hype?
Nah.
Yeah, because you waited 10 years too late. Of course you don't. It's like, hey, I watched Star Wars for the first time. Those graphics ain't shit. Yeah, you waited 40 years.
I just don't anyway, this is about Stannis. This isn't about this.
That's about Stannis, yeah. All right, I did this whole slide, so now we're moving on to the Siege at Storm's End. This is going to be a very fun one. People wonder why Stannis is so grim. Like, we have not covered a happy thing yet.
Yeah.
Like, kind of a crap life. All right. Stannis stayed at Storm's End when Robert marched. After Robert was defeated at Ashford, forces from the Reach besieged Storm's End on land and blocked it by sea. Stannis successfully held Storm's End against the siege by Mace Tyrell and Pax of Redwine, which lasted the major part of the war. Excuse me. Had a little burp there. His garrison held under desperate conditions, only avoiding starvation by the timely intervention of Davos, a notorious smuggler whose cargo of onions and saltfish allowed them to hold the fortress. There you go. Some clutch onions. After the siege of Storm's End was lifted by Lord Eddard Stark, Stannis knighted Davos, and taking him into his service allowed the new landed knight to choose the name Seaworth for his new house. He also punished Davos by removing the first joint in each of his fingers for being a smuggler. You know, some people will call that fair, and other people will call that stupid. And I'm a stupid guy. If it's left, yeah, but so I use that all the time. I'm mentioning myself right now. He can't do that. He'd be doing this. All right, it still worked, I guess. It's got the job.
I gotta say, from the books, less so. But if you were just a show watcher and you heard that Mace Tyrell was the one who kept Stannis trapped on Storm's End, you're like, what an embarrassment for Stannis.
Okay, at that point,
follow this man.
I do have to say though, I think I'm not a full-on big brain Mace theory guy, like the theory that Mace is actually playing 4D chess, but I think he is way smarter than people give him credit for. I won't go so far to say that he is like a super genius, but I think he knows that people think he's an oath and that he leans into that.
You think he's not selling it?
Sure.
Yeah, well, absolutely. I think that look at his actions. Like, they're not all Olenna's. Like, he stays out of wars. He stayed at Storm's End, keeping all of his men alive. You know, he actually plays pretty good at pretty good Thrones games.
And also,
Mace.
Thank God Davos went with the Onion Knight. The Salted Fish Knight just does not have the
I had that thought when I read it. I'm glad that you because he so easily could have been. I put a salted fish on my sigil. Oh, that's pretty.
Fish Knight.
So
pretty
I can't
stupid
tell
there.
that it's salted. It looks like it's snowing on the fish. No,
So
that's salt. That's
salt.
Well, he's got a chip on his shoulder, which is part of what he has in common with Stannis, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Why, maybe part of what Stannis sees in him, you know, is that kind of, that chip on his shoulder, you know? Like, he chooses, instead of, like, dressing it up somehow, or just a black boat even, he puts the onion. People call him the Onion Knight? Well, fuck you. I'm putting it on my sigil, you know?
I'm with Lalata. The first 2 seasons, you had to be there, man. That's about Rick and Morty. I don't need that. I didn't need to know the context. Because if you discovered it between 2 and 3, and then when season 3 opened with one of the best episodes of television I ever watched, it was on April Fool's. Surprise came out. That's peak, man. Because that first 2 seasons so good, and that season 1 or that season 3 out of nowhere surprise premiere. It was so good. Anyways, the Rick Shank redemption. Wait, I thought we were here to talk about. Wait, I got a clip for this. This is a Stannis clip. Don't worry, I have a clip for this. I just not ready. All right, I got it here.
Up about Moon Men.
There you go. Fuck you. All right, that's my last Moonman one. Do you want me to bring it back to Stannis by going with the next one, or do you want to talk about onions and joints?
I'm sure the next slide is talking about how he gets screwed over and does not become the Lord of Storm's End.
Yes. It's called the Lord of Dragonstone.
Yeah, I was like,
definitely...
but like after reading that and like with all the context of like we ate the rats and then we ate the horses, it's like, yeah, Stannis, it's shocking that you didn't become a supervillain.
Is he not?
Well, depending on who you ask.
Of the story.
Indeed.
Listen to the Winds of Winter sample chapter for Theon 1. where he's hooked to the stone wall and Stannis is like holding court. Stannis, through Theon's point of view, comes off as the most evil dude. Like that one, like Stannis really does seem like he was the bad guy all along.
See, I have not.
Certain point of view.
Yeah, I don't know if I totally agree, but I mean, he is
okay.
torturing Theon, so
It
know,
was
that is
the
pretty
times. Who wasn't torturing?
Who wasn't torturing Theon?
He's really, and
He
you know,
tortured
whatever.
the guy.
But I mean, I definitely, I don't know, when I was doing my, you know, troubleshooting there, did you get into like his
Peach? No, not
position
yet.
on the on Robert's Rebellion?
No, wait, right now we just finished Robert's Rebellion, so no, go ahead. This slide was the Robert's Rebellion slide, so yeah, go ahead.
Got it. So I think, like, to me, what I think is like really foundationally key is his reaction or reactions to Robert's Rebellion. He tells, he makes it pretty clear, actually. Oh, I had this up, but now it's gone. Let me see if I can find it here. Probably can. I had the quote up. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, he says, you know, though the, you know, he's talking about Robert's Rebellion, okay, and the choice he had to make. He says, though the truth is a bitter draught at times, if you only knew, or he says, Ares, if you only knew, that was a hard choosing. My blood or my liege, my brother or my king.
Yeah, that's a good quote. We did cover that it was a hard choice for him, but yeah, that quote's really interesting. So, that he actually did have to mull it over.
I think right, and what that means is, so he ultimately, you know, fights for Robert. He holds Storm's End for Robert. He, you know, in every way, in all of his actions, and I think we can guess all of his public statements. He backs Robert 100%, and that, and we can I think like infer his thinking about why, because it's what he talks about all the time about the importance, you know, his feeling about duty, and that, you know, just as he sees himself as Robert's rightful heir and thus having that duty to make these decisions, including declaring himself king, like, he ultimately comes to the conclusion that it's Robert's place to choose, and thus his place to follow, whether he agrees or not. And, you know, I don't think you have to imagine whatever he says that comes down 100% to his genuine feeling about duty, but also like anything about duty and honor in this society or any society, there are external pressures also that he's feeling. He's feeling pressured by whatever his personal morality on it is, but also the pressures of society and his possible future, and whatever he's feeling his options are limited to. Ultimately, he needs to back Robert all the way, and he does that. But what he's telling Davos here is he disagreed. If he was confused about that, yet ultimately did it, it means he thought what Robert was doing was wrong or stupid or both.
Yeah.
And like, that is, I think, really important, because it gives, like, for a number of reasons, like, it gives like a possible I think a likely reason for any tension and mistrust between Robert or from Robert towards Stannis could be explained by that, and then the bitterness that Stannis feels about that, because you can imagine, like, you know, Stannis again saying to Kat and probably to Davos, to other people, like, you know, he was passed over by Robert in a number of ways, with Dragonstone eventually being Robert's hand after the death of Jon Arryn, or, you know, passed over for Storm's End, and he feels embittered about this, and there's lots of possible reasons why, but like one possible
I want to jump in,
reason is
Moon Man, really quick.
yeah.
He was 18, so not quite 13.
Yeah.
I feel like 18's a little more ready. I went and did that math. Sorry, keep going, Moon Man, then we're
Yeah.
going to move on.
And he, like, but if he had vocalized this to Robert, you know, and I think it's likely that he did, whether by whatever means, like, because I'm not on my top of my head, like, if Robert wasn't maybe he was always in the Vale or whatever that whole time, but by whatever means he makes clear to Robert, like, don't do this. This isn't what we should do here. We should be loyal to our station here. I think the politics around Robert's Rebellion are more complicated. I would not be surprised at all, and sometime I may argue in the future that he was probably a Regarian, because I think that's probably a real split at this time. Such that even when Robert's Rebellion breaks out, probably a lot of people are looking at it and thinking, and not thinking, Robert's, one of these guys, John Aaron or Robert or Ned, are going to declare themselves king. They're probably thinking, this is either a plot in league with Rhaegar or something meant to recruit Rhaegar eventually, but it doesn't end up being that. That's I'm getting sidetracked, but the point is, like, Robert might have been like permanently embittered and even slightly mistrustful of Stannis because of him voicing his objection to this politically, and Stannis would then feel incredibly embittered by this because, from his point of view, he ultimately goes with Robert. He ultimately sides with his older brother, and he ultimately backs him 100%, you know, starving there and holding the castle, making his victory possible. I mean, if they had surrendered, like, you know, Storm's End, like, you know, there's no Robert's Rebellion. And so, like, that difference of point of view on this, like Robert maybe just being really annoyed and maybe even mistrustful, or even Stannis wrongly thinking that his brother mistrusts him or is bitter about that, and then just feeling so embittered by the fact that, like, no, I went against my own political beliefs, instincts, and I backed you, as was my duty. That's, I think, the real, like, center of Stannis's bitterness toward his brother, and then this comes up in a major way in his fight with Renly.
Yeah, no, I think you made a really interesting point of explaining why Robert could have been, why he actually might have passed him over, and why, like, I always thought that he didn't pass him over, is that Dragonstone's actually what you do with your heir, and then Stannis just didn't understand that. But I don't know, it definitely could have been like, well, when I showed up with a bunch of prisoners, you said you questioned your loyalty. But
yeah, I think it could be either way. I
really want to get to the next
complex
slide.
Feelings on that. Whether it's like Robert actually was embittered, I think it's like, it can be either way, because Stannis could feel slighted by Robert and interpret it as it's because of his opposition there, and then still be embittered, you know, by this, you know?
Yeah.
So either way.
Well, yeah, and I think it's really up to interpretation. Like April May just said that, like, Dragonstone, like, absolutely was an insult. I'm not sure if it was, but I definitely don't know, because I'm not Robert Baratheon. I'm chubby, but that's all I got. I do have a beard. I have blue eyes. What?
I was going to say, it's definitely an insult, because as I learned in
So keep going. We'll never get to this slide. Yeah, go ahead.
As I learned in the Evil or Not episode I was on a couple
weeks
ago.
Hey, that's not what you did with us.
Yeah, Renly was like 8 years old and got Storm's End. So you don't give your seat of power to your 8-year-old brother if you're not trying to insult your adult brother.
It's like passing your record collection off, skipping a kid. It's like, hey man, I'm going to college. I don't need these CDs anymore. Renly, you wanna?
And it's like, not even like, if Renly was 14, I get it more, but he's 8.
Yeah, he's 8 and Stannis is 18.
Yeah.
Like, there's a... And then he's like, you know, I really need a Master of Laws. Stannis, get out of my way. I'm going to ask Renly to be my Master of Laws.
Exactly.
8 years old, man. All right, that's not what he got named. All right, we're moving on to Lord of Dragonstone. After the war, King Robert charged his brother Stannis with building a new royal fleet and seized the island of Dragonstone. A fierce storm destroyed the Targaryen fleet, while Dowager Queen Rhaella Targaryen died in labor. Hey, somebody was probably born there during the storm. Somebody was probably stormborn. All right. Targaryen loyalists led by Sir Willem Darry smuggled the 2 Targaryen children, Viserys and Daenerys, from the island before Stannis' assault on Dragonstone. Robert blamed Stannis for letting them escape. Oof. Although the 2 children have been spirited safely shortly before Stannis even set sail. All right. Before anyone brings it up, yes, this was all Daenerys Page of Lies stuff. Just for the sake of our discussion, let's take it on face value that all this happened the way it did. It is very fishy. The whole build a fleet right away. All of the Targaryen fleet died.
No, I've seen season 6. It's very fast to build ships.
Yeah, yep, very easy. I do believe in some of the Daenerys Page of Lies stuff, but I'm just saying we'll be stuck on it forever. Let's just take the capturing of Dragonstone at face value for the sake of this stream. Please.
And let's not forget that Stannis takes lemon in his water.
Yes, lemon.
Like a gentleman.
Which, according to Gior Mormont, will help you keep your teeth.
Oh, really? Well, there you go. See, that's why everyone in Dorne has teeth. And everyone in Bravos has teeth. All right, moving on. One person's getting that. No, never mind. There's already red doors in the chat. Okay. Never mind. I got there quick. All right. Moving on to the next one, or do you guys want to say something about?
Whoa! Moving on. Get the fuck out of here. Like we don't have things to say.
Wingman has much to say.
All right.
No, go on. What do you guys think about?
Go ahead. I'm gonna go
passed over for Storm's End. We heard Dave.
We haven't quite covered Passover for Storm's End yet. This was just taking
that was
taking
just the
Dragonstone.
The taking of Dragonstone. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
All right. So let me finish the slide and then I'll go and get the snacks.
I feel so crazy for thinking that the next slide was him getting passed over.
It
was
is
2 slides ago.
It's the second. No, it wasn't. It's the same slide. We just haven't finished it.
Oh,
right.
I see.
Stannis
was move on. You meant continue with the slide.
Continue this slide. Yes. Stannis was displeased to discover that King Robert granted him Dragonstone instead of the wealthier Storm's End. So now we're gonna move on. I'm kidding. All right. My joke made me lose it. So, all right. Stannis resented this and believed it to be an intentional slight. Yes. All right. Now, Lord of Dragonstone, Stannis became head of House Baratheon of Dragonstone. Stannis and Maester Crescent came to Dragonstone around 287 AC. Stannis wed Lady Selyse of House Florent. During that wedding, King Robert deflowered Delena Florent. Yeah, I got it. Delena. On the wedding bed. This coupling led to the birth of Edric Storm. Stannis insisted that the boy was a slight upon his honor and his wife's house, promptly shipped him off to the brother Renly at Storm's End. Though he once hoped for sons, Stannis only had one daughter, Shireen. So, yeah, not only did he pass him over, but then he banged in his wedding bed. Robert's, I don't
allegedly accidentally.
Allegedly. Well, I didn't know. When you're drunk, you don't know what bed you're falling in.
The king does not make accidents. The king.
Oh, calm down. I'm saying when the king does it, it's not illegal.
Kings are like wizards. They always
Easy there, Nixon.
Exactly where they need to be.
Did you like that? I knew Russ would laugh at that.
I liked it, Taco, when you claimed you can't commit a crime when you're intoxicated and that you have no responsibility for those actions. That was an interesting tidbit.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
I'm joking. It was a joke. All right. And by the way, by committing a crime, I mean choosing the wrong bed. I'm not talking about robbing banks here. I mean falling in the wrong. All beds look the same in the dark. Okay. Well, almost. All right. I'm not admitting like. And then you stabbed somebody. I thought I was going to bed. No, I'm falling in the wrong bed.
Your Honor, the defendant is clearly saying he stabbed the man in the wrong bed.
You know what else here? Sirens. All right. Moving on.
Again,
So-
just right before we move on, just to go back to Renly being 8, crazy thing to ship a bastard off to your 8-year-old brother.
He was a little older at that point. The wedding wasn't immediate.
Crazy
Well,
to
there's a
ship
whole
your-
household, you know.
Crazy to ship your older
Yeah.
brother's bastard off to your 10-year-old
Well,
brother.
you know that they can take care of Edric because they've been raising Renly.
That's fair.
We know that.
So
Did
I
you get
don't
to the end
think
of the
that
slide?
giving
Yeah, we made
giving him Dragonstone was an intentional slight. I
You
think
don't think it
Robert.
was?
I don't think it was. No, I think
Me neither.
Robert was knew that he needed a strong hand there because of its strategic position, and he just didn't care enough about what Stannis thought to care beyond his usefulness. And so he installed him there, and someone at some point was probably like, well, what about Storm's End? And he's like, well, that's easy enough for a 6-year-old to run.
You have a really good point because you made him master of ships. You should probably give him a place where you want to put your harbor in Storm Bay, in Shipbreaker Bay. You want to
Well,
it makes a lot more sense to have your entire fleet around Dragonstone than
he could have been
Shipbreaker
Lord
Bay.
of Storm's End and not been present
True
at
True.
Storm's End
Yeah, I mean, he was-
at the same time.
It's not about living there, you know, like probably almost the entire time of Robert's reign, Stannis is living in King's Landing. you know?
Yes, true.
He's on the small council. It's about the implication of it. And I in general agree with Rust on this. I think we're talking about two brothers, neither of whom are good communicators, one of whom is very sensitive, and one of whom is very insensitive. You know, Stannis is a sensitive soul. He's a sensitive kid who gets his feelings hurt easily and like needs affirmation and has never gotten it in his life. And Robert is just a kind of a blustering, insensitive guy and neither of them know how to talk about their feelings. And so,
Robert avoids empathy as much as he possibly can.
and Stannis has it but doesn't express it. And
his solution for empathy is just to like not see it.
Yeah,
get out of the room.
Hold it in.
It's
Stannis is a holder. Holder in
Not
there.
Jesse's daughter.
Yeah, the teeth grinding.
Yeah.
And no, exactly. And like, so I think like it totally makes sense to me that you need. It's not just that it's a strategic location. I think fundamentally from the beginning, you like, at least then when you've just kind of in this whirlwind of good luck and incredible timing overthrown a 300-year dynasty and taken the throne, and people seem to be saying, yeah, okay, I guess you're king. Like that is not even to Robert, who becomes like kind of complacent and lazy as time goes on. That's not going to that's not going to seem to Robert or Jon Arryn, for that matter, or Ned, like a stable position. And and they're going to be thinking from day one, from minute one, an attempt to put Viserys on the throne could come tomorrow.
Yeah,
and
right
the most
away.
And the most natural place for that to start, or a very natural place, an obvious place, both sort of politically and strategically, is Dragonstone. I mean, it's an island stronghold off the coast. It's where Aegon conquered the realm from, and it's that has, you know, it's all the weight of that, you know, and so it makes sense. It's very believable that he would put Stannis there, and needing someone, and it's also harder to defend than Storm's End, you know, which is like this almost basically impregnable castle anyway. And so, yeah, you need to put someone you can actually trust there. The problem
Give me
is
5 or
probably
6
just
good
that,
men.
yeah,
I'll impregnate
exactly.
the bitch.
Sorry. I completely agree with what
I just
Russ
couldn't let
said
it go
and
by.
what you're echoing, Moonman, is as much as it easily can be perceived as a slight, and we're not saying it wasn't there, but it was a strategic slight. Maybe somebody goes, dude, like, hey, I think we should put Stannis there. This makes a lot of sense. And maybe John Aaron's like, Stannis is going to be offended, and Robert was probably like, who gives a shit? Like, I don't care.
Right.
Did John Aaron know Stannis
So
particularly well?
Later on, we're gonna get to that, but maybe not right away.
If it's not a slight, you grab Stannis and you say, Stannis, I'd love for you to be the guy at Storm's End, but I need you on.
But that's if these adults could talk about feelings,
which they can.
Which they can. Adult in the room.
Traditionally,
John Aaron has always been the adult.
Dragonstone has been given.
Go on.
Traditionally, Dragonstone has been given to like the heir of the rulers. So
it's not like Robert was never going to have a kid. It's like saying, "Hey, hold this car for my son."
Well, I mean, it's like, well, okay. So 2 things. Like, firstly, like, even if John Aaron did come to him and say, "Look, buddy, you did a great job, kid, holding that castle and taking Dragonstone. Incredible work, and this is what we need you to do." Would he give a shit? He'd want to hear it from Robert, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
And secondly, I don't actually necessarily buy the honor of Dragonstone because it's the place where the Targaryens gave the seat of their heirs, because now, I'm not saying no one in the realm could interpret it that way, that it was that level of honor. But,
nerdy maesters, mostly.
Well, I would say not even them. I would say them last of all, because the reason the Targaryen heirs were given Dragonstone as their seat is because it was the Targaryen family seat historically.
True.
It's their main holding. So you
True. So it
give
should
your heir
switch
apparent.
Storm's End. Yeah.
So
it should
really,
switch to Storm's
the
End.
honor, Stannis is not wrong. The honor and thing he thinks he's entitled to, but also the honor in terms of the royal house is, I think, would be interpreted by most people as being Storm's End. It's a different dynasty, you know?
And regardless of what we think may have been the correct way to view things, historically in this world, everyone viewed it as a slight. Stannis viewed it as a slight. Everyone was like, "Ooh, man, kind of shady to not give him that." Perception is reality, and that's just how it went down.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have a lot to go through, so we're about to move.
Right.
And we're not even to the first book yet, and we have a whole other slide or 2 more slides until we get to the first book. So book starts at slide 9, and also Moonman's gonna go on a huge rant after slide 12. So we got a little while. So Moonman, get some water, relax, because
this is my. I haven't gotten to talk about all this stuff. Is like stuff that I hint in like a sentence in my videos, but like now we get to talk about it like long form. So it's great. Thank you for having me on.
And don't worry, I have a lot of stuff about. Oh my god, I set myself up and I wasn't at the slide yet. We have a lot of stuff about. Oh, I screwed myself over. There. Don't worry. After slide 12, we'll be able to talk about...
Hell yeah!
And that'll be the thing that gets this copyright struck.
Ah, come on. It's too short. I got short clips on purpose. And because they're easy.
Out of it's going to be like a 5-hour VOD? Come on.
We're going to be here for probably... I'm going to be here for probably 4 hours. You guys can leave when you have to. All right, let's get the Master of Sheepies, little ships.
Oh,
Lord
another
Stannis was appointed to the small council of King Robert as the master of ships, and he left Thalys and Shireen on Dragonstone when he traveled to King's Landing. Stannis only occasionally writes Thalys, and his visits are even fewer. In 289 AC, Stannis led the rebuilt royal fleet to the Sunset Sea to help suppress the Greyjoy rebellion. Stannis lured Victorian Greyjoy into a trap. It's a trap in the Straits of Fair Isle, and he destroyed much of the Iron Fleet in the ensuing battle. Afterwards, Stannis subdued, thank you, Great Wick in his brother's name. Stannis once led a fleet into Sisterton to suppress smuggling. Oh, so now we're jumping. All right, so we're no longer in Robert's Rebellion. We're just doing Master of Ships. Greyjoy Rebellion. We're jumping over to just other Master of Ship stuff. So, yeah, there you go. The Greyjoy Rebellion happened. Afterwards, that's the word I skipped. Stannis subdued. Never mind. Now I'm way lost on myself. Okay. Stannis once led a fleet into Sisterton to suppress smuggling from the Three Sisters. Those are those islands in the Vale. He hanged a dozen friends of Lord Godric Burrell and threatened to hang Godric himself if any ships were wrecked if the nightlight were to go dark. Okay. First thing, Godric Burrell, fantastic character. Okay, one of those one-chapter characters. I covered him. Love Godric Burrell. Lord of Sisterton. Second, anyone got anything for the Greyjoys and his visiting of the Three Sisters?
Nothing I'm ready to reveal.
Oh, God. Wait, for the Sisters of the Greyjoy? Okay.
That's very ominous.
That's like the most ominous thing you could say.
Especially because we can't see him.
Thing.
And he's just an adorable little ball. Nothing I want to reveal.
With two googly eyes.
Oh, googly eyes. Oh God.
What do we
Sister
think
Stew.
about and Sister Stew.
I love. All right, Sister Stew sounds like honestly the best food in the show. I'm sorry, but it's like it's creamy.
It's like
clam chowder. It's New England clam chowder.
Oh hell yeah!
Love New
But
England.
is it like a
clam chowder.
multi-seafood thing? Like a bouillabaisse or something? Yeah.
Yeah, but it's cream based. So it's like, oh heck yeah, let's go.
That does sound awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
that's my shit.
because he's a wrecker, he goes to shipwrecks and loots them. So they had all of these spices. So he put like saffron and other fancy spices into it when what's his name was there. It's cheddar.
Incredible.
Say cheddar.
It's a chowder.
It's a
This may be like an unpopular opinion, but like I've always, every time I've read the books or watched the show, the moment the Greyjoys or the Greyjoy Rebellions get brought up, my eyes just kind of like glaze over.
It's only because of the show. The show just.
I read
ugh.
even in the books. I care so little about all of the shit.
Wow.
Boo! Boo, Dave!
I hate it
Boo!
all.
Wow.
Like fuck all of them.
Boo! This man.
That is
Do I have
like
any? Do I have a clip that shows you suck? Here, give me a sec here.
my God. I mean, that's like when
Do you have the clip
like,
of what's his name yelling bitch into the phone in Beverly Hills Cop?
No, but I will get what's his name? What's Gilbert Gottfried?
That's it.
That's so good. No, I thought I had. Oh, here. This is the closest I got. This is for you, Dave.
Blew it! You know what?
There
Just
you
like
go.
the Greyjoys blew every chance they got to be interesting.
if someone told that's wild, man.
That's
If you
wild.
told me, like,
I got another
You-
thing for Dave. Here, Dave. This is for you.
Because you are, as we say in Latin, a Dorcas Malorcus.
Oh, thank you very much.
Dorcas.
So you have beef with all of the Greyjoys?
Dude,
It's not that like this is not important.
reread Feast.
What about
Like-
Euron?
Oh, you're. Oh.
Like I was like,
Like-
ooh, spooky. Ooh,
I mean,
I love the damp hair. I love Asha.
He's got a bunch of mute people on his boat, and they're all black sails. Ooh, it's crazy magic. Oh, woo, woo, woo.
He's
I don't
going to
give a shit.
awaken a Lovecraftian god. Are you just downplaying?
the the Greyjoy characters that just like suddenly take
So
over
good.
the series, like if someone tells you before you start reading Feast, oh, by the way, there's gonna be all these new characters who you basically maybe haven't even ever heard of, or maybe in 2 lines.
I think you've
some
met
of
all
them.
of them slightly.
Yeah, and like, and then you that sounds so crazy, and it's so unbelievable that how awesome they are, and how fucking how badass and
Damp Hair
strange and
chapters.
insane all of them are.
Damp Hair
Yeah,
chapters
Damp Hair's
are
amazing.
fucking amazing.
Victorian's
Tell me
amazing.
that you at
Asha
least
is
find the
incredible.
Greyjoys more interesting than the phrase.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Dornish. They're definitely better than the phrase.
Yeah, for sure. Like that's different. But like, you know,
Okay.
my opinions about the Greyjoys are not on trial here. Stannis is a man.
Yeah, they are.
Oh well,
Yes,
damn.
they are now.
Dan is wrong about the Greyjoys.
Last thing I'll say about them, you know, I listen to, I do audiobooks for all of them. Whenever it's a fucking Greyjoy one, you know, I bump that 1.5 speed up to like 2 every time.
That's your problem. You probably did that the first time and you weren't taking it in, man.
No, the first time I did it, I did it regularly, and I couldn't care less about any of them. The most interesting thing in the world,
You're losing so many friends. I'm gonna play one more.
What about when they give Theon one ship and tell him to go raiding? You don't find that whole thing interesting at all?
All right, no, Dave. I'm gonna play one more insulting clip. This is pointed towards you. It's from The Wire, and then we're gonna move on. All right.
Cottage cheese, chest ass motherfucker.
That's it. Cottage cheese, chest ass motherfucker.
Whatever. I don't care. I'm here. Bring the.
Oh my god. This is why you guys lost War of 1812. Don't tell me. I know you guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you like your White House? Oh, that's not the original White House because motherfucker score.
Oh yeah, so we bought a better one. We bought a better one. That's what I'm going with. All right.
Bitch.
All right, whatever. Moving on. Oh my god,
undefeated.
dude! I used to love you, Dave. What happened?
It is the same White House. We had to paint it white because you burned it.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Russ is our history guy, so he.
Yeah.
All right. Despite his loyalty and service to Robert, I'm still pissed at Dave. All right. Ooh, okay. Stannis has always felt underappreciated by King Robert. God, brother didn't love me. All right. Stannis is bitter that the king thanked his old friend Eddard Stark for lifting the siege and not Stannis for holding it. Oh my god, that is mean. Through the suffering, instead of thanking Stannis for capturing Dragonstone, for him, Robert blamed Stannis for the escape of Viserys and Daenerys Targaryen. Even though they left Dragonstone, I already did say that part. After Stannis has received a little to no things for helping Lord Jon Arryn and ruling for the Seven Kingdoms. Yeah, so pretty much the entire time that he's in King's Landing, Robert is just a resentful dick. And man, Ned's great. Didn't he win that battle for you? Stannis is like, you fucking asshole. 2 years I had to eat onions.
You know, it's like, you know, your sibling screws up one time at the same time that your friend does something dope.
Yeah.
And you're like, that's it. This is it, and we are gonna dog on you for eternity now.
Yeah, pretty much. Sorry, Dave, you can't make good points anymore. I don't really like you anymore. You talk shit about the Greyjoys, dude.
Greyjoys
when it comes to the Lord Paramount houses, I think I like the Greyjoys the most, and you just crap. All right, you're gonna get invited to my Greyjoys video when we
boo.
I'll have the half-baked boo this man hat throw for when you're here next. All right, you guys, we can keep moving, right? You guys good on Brother Doesn't Love Me? Yeah, let's.
I like how in all of these illustrations, you can tell which one is Stannis because it's the one with the saddest expression. It's really funny.
I love this one. It's so good. Stannis just The most unhappy 8-year-old.
Crowding. Oh my god.
Look at that little baby, just 4 years away from being Lord of
Lord of Storm's End.
Lord of Storm's End.
All right, look at that picture. Everyone knows Renly's the most qualified. I love that picture so much.
Yeah.
That's great.
Because the little
Yeah.
He wasn't sad yet. His parents are still alive.
True.
Moving on. There. What about squishers? Yeah, I look away from the chat. I come back and there's squishers in the chat.
Yeah.
Will we ever do a squishers live stream? Maybe, possibly, one day. I feel like that's Lucifer means like that's David Lightbringer's like area. I think if I ever did a squishers thing, I'm like stepping in on some of these stuff. All right. Let's move to leaving King's Landing. King Robert once rejected Stannis' proposal to outlaw brothels. Stannis has outlawed prostitution on the island of Dragonstone. There you go. That will bring us back into it. Hey, you know the most lucrative business we have? Yeah? We should outlaw it. What are you fucking talking about? Yeah, all right, cool. I thought we were going to talk more about brothel outlawing.
I just, Stannis is a grumpy guy. I feel like him wanting to outlaw brothels is like the least shocking thing anyone. Like that's if that was treated like a reveal at any point. Do you think it's more Robert hate because Robert loves brothels and sex workers, and this is just another thing of him hating his brother?
Huh.
I just thought of that now. I don't know if that is profound.
Just like you could that's probably like the secondary motivation. I do think it's more the moral stance of it. You don't think it was just in the middle of a whole other thing, and Robert's like, "Why do we do this? Why do we do this?" Instead, it's like, "Why don't we outlaw brothels?" Shut up.
That would be a very funny story. Yeah. That's very funny.
The version of A Song of Ice and Fire that happens in your head, Taco, where everyone is like a Wayne's World character, is very funny. Dude, that's not just A Song of Ice and Fire, man. That's the world. This is the world I live in. My 3 favorite comedies of all time are all Canadian. If you consider Wayne's World a Canadian comedy, which I do. And then you got Strange Brew, which is my second favorite comedy of all time. That's the Great White North Bob and Doug McKenzie movie from Second City Television. And then Brain Candy, the Kids in the Hall movie, which is so underrated. Anyways, go watch some old 80s and 90s comedies, guys, and then come back.
I'm definitely sympathetic to like Stannis having something more complicated up his sleeve than just morality. I mean, my whole analysis of Stannis, right, is that like he keeps his own counsel and he projects an air of sternness and obsession with law and duty and stuff, but that he's actually thinking about power more seriously and that he's more strategic. And so I don't necessarily have a specific read, but I'm definitely open to ideas that he was up to something more when he pitched to the council outlawing the brothels. I think of some general reasons why you would do that in the world. Whether any of that is really exposited in the text, I don't know. But I mean I don't hate the idea of that it's directed at Robert. I mean, even you could imagine.
I think that makes more sense
thinking about that.
I think that makes more sense than anything else.
That it makes him vulnerable in a lot of ways,
I've always just viewed Stannis as a guy who, and I think we've highlighted this a few times as we've
just a stick in the mud.
The first 20. No, he's a guy who is all in on the thing that's right in front of him. So when he's having to do storms that protect Dragonstone, he's protecting Dragonstone the absolute best. And when he gets onto the small council, he's like all in with like doing Lords of Ships stuff, even though that's not necessarily his bag immediately, and also becoming like the moral police, and outlawing brothels I think would just be an extension of that. It's like, I'm on the small council, we set an example for the realm.
Yeah,
I'm 100% into this.
I actually, the more I think about it just now, like, because I mean I agree like he's tenacious. And another part of my, analysis that I've even mentioned is like how Robert didn't really change, didn't really build any new institutions or clean house at all. He leaves basically everything in place. This is a point Stannis makes specifically to Davos about, like, for example, like Robert doesn't get rid of even Varys, the spy master, and like you get the sense that he,
probably the one guy you should get rid of.
Right. I mean, just on principle, like it's very naive and lazy to just come in and try and sit on the throne of the previous dynasty and leave every single institution in place, to the point where even the Kingsguard as an institution is not only kept, but some of its members are retained. I mean, you should be getting rid of these people and putting your own people in. Now, that it's just like a whole like outlook and laziness that Stannis does not share. Stannis talks about how when he takes King's Landing, he's going to clean house, and he said he wanted to from the beginning. He advised Robert to do these, to really clean house. And a thought I'm having is that this could be like, you can imagine that closing the brothels is like in a long list like this. I can imagine Stannis like really going like, we're going to govern the realm here. And he shows up to the first meeting of the new small council and is like, okay, I've got this law. He's got a manifesto, a memo, for the whole team. Like he shows up like Jerry Maguire with the fucking memo, and he's like, okay. And everyone's turning through this, like, and Robert's turning through it like, oh my God, what you want to get rid of who? You want to do what? You want to get rid of what institutions? And then they get to and outlaw the brothels. And Robert just laughs his ass off, and that's all anybody remembers about the conversation.
I see it like Robert's not paying attention. Like he's just like, it's like, oh, and then we got to switch this, we got to change this, we got to open these taxes, and you're just like, no other brothels. Wait, what?
Down the brothels.
Wait, go back one.
And and then that's it. That's all anybody heard.
Oh my
was
God.
Robert's laughter at that,
That's pretty funny. We have so much to go through. Go ahead, Dave.
I was gonna say, just never mind. It was gonna open up a longer thing, but we got.
Okay, all right.
So I have 23 slides to get through. We're at an hour and a half, and we're at slide 8.
Wonderful. We can do this.
Read faster.
Oh, fuck you.
That is 33%.
Talk slower. All right. Hey, you didn't no-sell that. I gotta laugh at it. Unless that wasn't you. Eventually, Stannis began to suspect that the children of Queen Cersei Lannister were not actually Robert's. Lord Varys suggests the idea had been mentioned to Stannis by an unnamed individual. That is a detail I don't often think about. But yeah, Varys, I had to go and find that. Varys did say, I don't know where he got the idea. It possibly was from somebody else. So it might not have been Stannis figuring it out. Convinced that Robert would not believe him, Stannis confided his suspicions to Lord Jon Arryn, the king's hand. Stannis and Jon investigated the matter, visiting several of Robert's baseborn children in the capital, including visits to the shop of Tobo Mott and Shataya's brothel. According to Gentry, Stannis and Jon often went riding together. During the investigations, Jon agreed with Stannis that Robert Arryn, so sweet Robert, would be fostered with Stannis on Dragonstone. Jon had begun to gather proof when suddenly Stannis believed that Cersei had Jon killed. So he died, and Stannis immediately thinks it's Cersei. Stannis expects to be named the new Hand of the King after the sudden death of Jon Arryn, but Robert instead leaves to go to the door to name Eddard instead. Oh, man.
Again.
Resentful, Stannis leaves Dragonstone not long much after the royal fleet, or with much of the royal fleet. Anyways, I had a thought as I was reading that. I know, I probably should be having those, but maybe am I going out? Am I too tinfoil that maybe outlawing brothels is a way to stop more baseborn children? Like, stop having bastards?
It's less about stop having bastards, and it's just like, Robert.
Focus.
Yeah, wars are driving Ferraris, and the crown is hemorrhaging funds.
All right. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Like, the only rich... The Shatayan's brothel has more money than the king's coffers.
Yeah.
It's your fault. That's pretty funny. But of course, you think that's why Peter opened up brothels? Because he saw where all the king's money was going? That's insider trading right there.
It's clearly a good business.
That is a really good business. So... Selyse was not in King's Landing. He left her. We said that earlier. He left her and visited her very, very seldom.
Yeah.
It's so interesting to think about the fact that if Stannis had not been named Hand of the King, or just like hadn't been told that Ned was going to be Hand of the King, the way that the whole story would be different. In like, Ned, I just did this research. I swear, I know the people we got to go talk to.
Yeah.
Right now.
Well, it's funny they did
could have been there.
all that research, and also they started making plans like Sweet Robin going over to Dragonstone. Like, dude, Jon dying at that time, like, it's so opportune, and it was just Pycelle doing it on a hunch. Like, it's so random, But yeah, it's. So much of these books are so like one random person dies or feels slighted and then just war ensues.
Yeah.
Or I really want to bang my don't take this out of context. I really want to bang my sister and my brother also wants to bang my sister. And so we're going to convince our other brothers to start a rebellion over it, aka the Blackfire Rebellion.
Very true.
Yeah. But
all because Sierra Seastar was just that hot.
It's so interesting to like look at the path that could, the Game of Thrones that could have been if Stannis acts upon his like hunches earlier, or ever goes and talks to
well, if Robert was a better brother and they had a fucking relationship that they could talk, like, I would go to my brother like, hey, those kids don't look like you, dude. I'm sorry, but somebody's got to say.
Yeah. I think it's also like to ground all this, like the mystery of like their investigation and, you know, what they know when. I think like for me, it's important to just recognize that like we don't really know. We have very little bits of secondhand information and things uttered publicly that indicate, you know, a timeline of events or what like Stannis and Jon Arryn were doing and what their motivations were. So like, I don't think we can know for sure. Like, for example, when the thought that Robert's children might not be Robert's children first crossed either of their minds, or when that evolved into, man, this might really be a thing and it could be a problem, into this is such a possibility and a problem that we need to figure it out. And we don't really know also if what we know what Ned kind of puts together, and his sort of concept is that they're trying, what we get from A Game of Thrones is that the impression that they're trying to figure out, hey, wait a minute, are Robert's children his children? But really, like, on some level, to me, it makes more sense that if you've gone that far, like, you're not really like, what is going to convince? I think at that point they must be pretty convinced, right? So what they're actually looking for is, like, to go that far, you know, what they're actually looking for, I would suspect, is actually salient evidence of that.
Yeah,
fact.
because if you're going to go to Robert, you can't go to Robert with a hunch. You have to go to Robert with evidence, because he's going to kill people. He's going to murder kids.
Did Stannis ever go to Renly with his suspicions?
I don't believe so.
I think so.
Do you think that Renly might have been able to convince Robert?
I mean, never had a good relationship, right?
No, I mean, Renly was a better ruler when he was 8.
I mean, I don't don't know. That's another thing I don't think we know. But I think we do. To me, I think we do know that Renly knew, and that means to me that they were talking about it because we have partially from Renly and Ned talking, and then from Illyrio and Varys talking, overheard by Arya, that we hear about Renly and Loras's plan to bring Marjorie to court and make her a new queen. What this means is to destroy the Lannister alliance, make war on the Lannisters, essentially, divorce or execute Cersei, and this has to be wrapped up with what Stannis and Jon are doing and thinking, right? Because what are they doing and thinking? Yes, they're
okay. I don't think that Renly's Marjorie plans were wrapped up, because Renly, the first time we see him, or second time, really early on, he just willy-nilly whips out a painting of Marjorie to Ned, like, hey, does this kind of look like Lyanna? It seems a little blatant and out there to be part of the, like, sneaky.
Yeah, these seem two separate
but he's not.
plans.
But he's not.
I think Renly realized the incest bastard thing on his own. I don't think he got it from talking with Stannis.
If he realized
that's
it,
possible.
Possibly.
I think he definitely realized it.
Then why didn't he go right to Ned with it? If he's so willy-nilly about getting rid of Cersei Lannister and the Lannisters, to go like, hey, what do you think of this chick? Is she cute? When he go, oh, and by the way, I don't think Renly knew. I don't.
When he went to Ned and said, I can get you 50 swords, after the king had been hit by the boar, but before he was dead.
No, he just wants to get the Lannisters out. I don't think he knew.
I think at that point, he was just assuming that Ned knew what he knew.
I think he just wanted the power over the crappy Lannisters.
You can hate the Lannisters without knowing that the babies are bastards. But
it seems like he was trying to get rid of them, and if he had that much of a bullet, I think Renly would have used it. I think Renly would have used, by the way, those bastards, or those kids aren't yours.
The hot-headed
Let me put it this way.
Who never really loved Cersei.
Go ahead, Moon-Man, and then we're gonna move on, because guess what? We get to start the book next.
Man, I love the books.
All right, go ahead, Moon-Man.
What Jon Arryn and Stannis are doing, and I think this is like part of the framing for me that's important. What they are doing is working toward destroying the Lannister alliance. Like, that's what they're doing. Now, we think you can limit it to, like, well, they're trying to uncover, or they're trying to do this investigation to bring to Robert, and like, but what they're doing is preparing for war with the Lannisters. And the question is, why now? And is that a coincidence that Renly is right now at the same time also thinking that? Yes, has anyone ever liked the Lannisters being part of that alliance? Ned never did. Jon Arryn's probably not always thrilled about it, but it's always been necessary to hold the realm together. They needed Tywin in this alliance. They needed to marry Cersei to Robert. That has not changed. The problem, the only thing that has changed is, well, I think there's two things. One, it's become clear to them that Robert's children aren't his, which is not just some kind of moral affront. It's a dire, explosive legitimacy and succession crisis waiting to happen that they need to do something about in a fast fashion, which means you've got to have the evidence to use against Cersei and to disinherit Robert's children. You need to be prepared for war, and you need to immediately have a queen standing by ready to get pregnant. And
Marjorie Tyrell.
These are all part of the same thing that's happening at the same time. And so when Renly, I think when they meet outside of Storm's End, the Parley, you know, I don't think you can trust the things that they say to each other publicly in front of these people about what they knew when, you know?
Getting to that. Getting to
Sure.
that. Slide 12.
And so that is why I think Renly knows. I think they've talked about it. I'm not saying this is the case, but I think we know so little about this that I am not prepared to even agree that Robert doesn't know.
Oof. And I'm the opposite. We know so little about this that I won't even agree that anyone besides Jon, Ned, and Stannis know. So we're going the opposite way. Okay, let's get to the books. And yeah, let's go. Ned's time. Hi, Ned. Stannis plans his next move. Stannis plans his next move. This is like actually my favorite art on Ned. I love this art because he's like looking out on a belt, like his solar at King's Landing, like over the city.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's good. Believing that Queen Cersei Lannister poisoned Jon. So yeah, he goes and plans the next move, thinking that Cersei killed Jon. Lysa flees back to the Vale with her son after Jon's death, preventing Sweet Robin being fostered with Stannis. The Citadel sends Pylos to help with the ill Master Crescent, with the young Maester arriving mere days before Stannis closes the island off. So he's also closing the island off as soon as he gets there. It's kind of crazy. So, like, I feel like a lot of people don't bring that up. It's like he's already kind of going to the mattresses like really quickly. Ned wonders why Stannis left King's Landing, believing that it was tied to whichever secret Jon was murdered for. Although Ned does not know that Stannis felt slighted by Ned being the new hand. Ned Stark, via Grand Maester Pycelle, sends a raven with a letter requesting Stannis to return to his seat at the Small Council. During Eddard's investigation of Jon's death, he discovers that Stannis and Jon were doing their own investigation, which we already covered. Stannis does not attend the Hands Tourney in King's Landing. The reason I kept that in is because it's a conversation that Ned has with Jory Cassell of like, well, we'll ask Stannis when he shows up at the tourney because everybody's coming to the tourney. And then Jory's like, I don't think he's going to come to the tourney. And then he didn't. I thought that was actually a really fun detail. Robert is mortally wounded by a boar. Sorry, he's actually mortally wounded by the boar while hunting in Kingswood. And
his morale seems pretty low too.
Yeah, he was probably mortally wounded too. You're in your deathbed. I'm sure you're not too chipper. So he had Ned write a paper. I summed this all down because you guys know this scene to a T already. Like I made it a little quicker. The paper says Ned is to rule as a regent for his craphead son. Since Joffrey is a bastard and a craphead, Ned alters the phrasing of Robert's will and plans to bring it to Stannis, plans to bring Stannis to the Iron Throne. Stannis tasks Ned Stark tasks Fat Tom with personally delivering the letter to Stannis on Dragonstone when the Wind Witch sails north, which doesn't end up happening. All hell breaks loose, and Ned's men are killed, and he loses his head. So yeah, Ned got one slide.
One of the frustrating things about this is the fact that like I feel like
and Dave had to leave.
The plot of Game of Thrones would have been like Ned's time would have been so much easier in a Game of Thrones if Stannis was there. And Stannis just wasn't. And what was it? Was it because Stannis felt like slighted by Ned that he left Dragonstone? Like
so much of it's tied to Robert treating his brother like shit, and him thinking that Ned is his real brother, and he always loved Ned, but he never loved me. So that's why they don't talk. And again, this all could have been solved. So much of it is about interpersonal relationships. I love these fucking books.
Communication breakdown. Not good.
I wonder. Yes, Moonman?
Well, yeah, look, I mean, this is my whole analysis. I think there's more going on to Stannis. And I think, obviously he feels slighted by this, and that's real. He absolutely feels slighted. But imagine what that conversation actually was. Like, Jon Arryn is dead. Stannis believes it's Cersei, and that she is moving in because this alliance is falling apart one way or the other, and like they are moving in on them. And he goes to Robert and says, "We need to move right now," and like, make me your hand. Fine, you don't want to deal with it. Make me your hand. Do what I'm assuming you're going to do anyway. Let's okay, right now. They go like the second Jon Arryn dies, or he's saying this as he's like dying. He's saying, okay, when he dies, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. We need to, if this is poison, we're going to do this. Then he dies. He says, okay, here, I brought you the paper. Make me your hand. I will go. My men will surround them. We will take the kids and Cersei into captivity. We will disarm Jaime, like, and we will set ourselves for war against the Lannisters if necessary, but we have their hostages. And he says, get the fuck out of here. And send word to Ned Stark. He needs to come to be my hand. And
yeah, I like the idea of like, in front of Stannis, he goes, I need a new hand. Stannis? And Stannis goes, yeah. And he's like, I'll be going north. Wait, what?
Yeah,
what?
right. Yeah. And it's like, I think it's that conversation. Remember, it takes like a day or so for Jon Arryn to die. Like, they're probably talking, he's probably telling Robert before he's even dead, like, this is fishy. Like, if this kills him, like, then I swear to you, like, we need to move, like, now.
Well, I think it's more tragic that because their relationship is so shitty that he can't have that conversation. That I know that you think that conversation happened and Robert knows more than I think, but I think that the tragedy is the fact that they don't feel like friendly enough to even have this extremely important conversation between brothers. I
mean,
like your wife killed your hand, bro.
Yeah. I get that, but I think it's possible that they are really bad at communicating and about their feelings, and yet Stannis is still participating in the governance of the realm, you know, like, and this, like, he's like, they have been governing. Yes, Robert is like out of the room a lot of the time, but like in that situation, and yeah, I can see it that way where it's like, where if Robert speaks first, you know, like if Robert says before Stannis can say anything, like, we need to bring in Ned Stark to be hand, and then just like leaves the room, not like, what do we need to do? Who killed Jon Arryn? What do we need? And Stannis is just like, well, obviously I'm not going to get anywhere with this asshole, and leaves because at least I need to survive to keep our house alive, you know? I could see that too, you know, I don't know. Then I guess, you know,
I like both.
I can see it different ways.
There's something about by the way, we have a bunch of people in the chat, so I'm sorry for not catching all of your comments. I'm trying to skim through and read them, but if you do have a question that you specifically want us to answer, please send it as a super chat. And also, if I think so many of these conflicts throughout the entire like show, or all the shows, throughout the entire lore, that's what I'm looking for, not show, like Dance of Dragon, or the Dance of Dragons, all this stuff, so much of it is tied to family relationships or just personal relationships breaking down. And when you are powerful, you're a Targaryen, when you have a dragon, or if you have an army or whatever, that these small little personal conflicts, that if somebody just hit people in the back of the head and say, make up and talk, wouldn't break off into giant wars, right? Like, and I think that in mind, it's George, I think, does a lot of, wow, if like all these people have to die over nothing is a huge theme in all these books. Like, why did this war start? Because of a misunderstanding is literally why the War of the Five Kings starts. Why did Robert's Rebellion start? If you're in the belief that Rhaegar was actually in love with Lyanna, over a misunderstanding, right? So why did it break into all this? Why did the War of the Five Kings really get going? Because Stannis can't have a conversation with his brother. I think that kind of goes with those themes of like, but if this guy treated this dude better, all would have been able to be solved. But instead, Stannis is like, oh, fuck you. I'm going to go and I'm going to shut my borders and just take this Dragonstone and just wait to invade. It's essentially what he's doing. But I don't know. We still have a lot to cover. We're finally into the done with the first book almost. So Viper or Russ, do you guys have anything you want to add in before we move on? Ned died already. That was quick.
I'm good.
All right. Just sit there and look pretty. Thank you, Viper. That's what you're here for. Russ wants to tell somebody else, and then we'll move on.
Yeah.
And then, all right, so we're going to go to Calling of the Banners. See, he's already calling banners, dude. Lord of Varys reports that Renly has been crowned at Highgarden. See, this happened so fast. And that Stannis is said to be building ships, hiring sellswords, and bringing a Shadowbinder from Ashai to Dragonstone. Tywin Lannister thinks that Stannis is the greater threat of the rival kings. I love that detail because it's probably so accurate. Right, sorry. Viper, I'm not sure you mean as in 1 minute? Is that what you mean by that comment in our private chat?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Well, if you gotta go, then you gotta go. So Viper's getting out of here. You made it through the first book. We only got a couple. Thank you for showing up, Viper.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Bye-bye. Bye.
See ya.
All right. Now it's just us. We're dropping like flies. All right. Okay, calling the banners. So Stannis declares himself king on Dragonstone. He sends Sir Davos Lannister to gather support for him along the Stormlands, but none are willing to join him in the Stormlands. His supporters from the Narrow Sea include House Celtigar, Valerion, Bar Emmon, and Sunglass. Stannis hires sellswords from Myr and Lys, and he also has the support of Salsel, Salador San, and Morish the Mirman, whoever that is. The older maester at Dragonstone, Crescent, suggests to Stannis that he makes an alliance with the against the Lannisters of Robb Stark, but Stannis objects to ruling only half a kingdom. Crescent then proposes that Stannis sends Shireen to the Eyrie to make an alliance with Lysa Arryn. Selyse Florent objects, stating that Stannis should not have to beg for help. Yeah, okay. We should have to try to get support. And Stannis sides with her. Selyse claims that Renly Baratheon's men will join Stannis once Renly dies. And Melisandre has seen Renly dead in her flames. Crescent attempts to poison Melisandre with the Strangler, but he dies instead, and she survives unscathed. Pylos henceforth serves as the maester at Dragonstone. Whew, I feel like we covered a lot, but that was just one prologue. So, yeah, there was a lot there. I do have a clip for Selyse, if you guys are ready. I've been holding for it. This one's just for Selyse. It's from my favorite doctor.
She's cuckoo pants.
She's cool. The fact that Stannis agreed with that, like, hey, we should be trying to build alliances the way that people normally do through marriages and, like, making deals. And Selyse is like, no. Like, okay, well, they should bend the knees no matter what. Well, that's not how it fucking works.
Yeah, part of my whole analysis, right, is that, like, Stannis keeps his own counsel and doesn't really say what he's thinking. And so, the fact that he agrees with the ultimate conclusion that, no, I'm not going to foster Shireen off to the Eyrie, I would say does not necessarily mean he agrees with Selyse's reasoning. Because I think he has a whole different program going, but and I guess we're getting to that point now. Like, this is the point where he's, Robert is dead and he has to decide, shit, what do I do now? And a key thing here is that he doesn't for a while. Like, it takes him so long to decide what to do, whether to declare himself king, that Renly beats him to it. And this is pretty key, I think, in their disagreement here, because, like, the way I see it, like, as I was talking about earlier, you know, Stannis's big chip on his shoulder is that he had a political. This is what I talk about in parts 1 and 2 of my series, Stannis, That Peach, and the Battle of Wind. Stannis, you know, has this chip on his shoulder because he disagreed politically with what to do about, like, the Mad King Aerys and with Robert's rebellion, but ultimately defers to his older brother, his liege lord.
Yeah.
And then, but Renly, while Stannis is mulling over what to do, and from his point of view, it's his choice now. Robert's dead. He is now, like, the head of the Baratheon household. He is now rightly, and I think he thinks Renly well knows, is rightly the king because Robert's children aren't his own, is rightly the heir to the Baratheon dynasty. And he's trying to figure out what to do. And he's hemming and hawing about it because he takes forever. And Renly, from Stannis' point of view, usurps that choice. He makes the choice to declare himself. And this is exactly the thing that Stannis didn't do. When he disagreed politically with Robert, he ultimately sides with him publicly and backs him.
Yeah.
And you can imagine it not even occurring to Stannis that Renly wouldn't just patiently wait to follow Stannis's lead, right?
Because if he does his duty, I've always done my duty. Renly would too. Like, you think everyone's going to be honorable when you're honorable,
and
but of course they don't play by those goals.
Exactly. And he's been waiting all these years, not waiting for Robert to die, but he's been thinking, like, well, it's not really my choice. It's Robert's choice. That's my role here, is to follow this. But then suddenly Robert's dead, and now, by that same logic, it is Stannis' choice.
Yeah.
It is Stannis' role to make those political decisions for the family. And then Renly usurps it. But from Renly's point of view, yes, he may have had this plan and this desire and known about this disagreement that maybe I'll start talking about, but, like, Stannis doesn't declare right away. If Stannis, like, has it in his mind, like, it's my choice, I'm going to be the king, he really should have said so right away.
But he didn't think anyone else would make that call, because in his mind, no one else has the right to make that call. He's like, well, I'm the only rightful heir, so I'm going to play my cards when it's ready. And then this guy did, and then this guy did, and this guy did. And he's like, wait, what the fuck?
But he's also hemming and hawing. It's not very strategic. He should be doing it right away, and he should know. And that tells us another thing about Stannis, which he says, is that as much as we think of him, or it's easy to think of him, and the characters think of him as this man who's, like, tenaciously, doggedly set on making himself king, I don't believe that. I think he tells Davos, like, well, it has nothing to do with wanting to be king. I have to be. I'm in this position. And he's so put off by the idea that he sits there and grinds his teeth for, like, I don't know, is it months on Dragonstone, trying to figure out
the entirety
of
the other way
out
time.
Of this.
Yeah.
From
Robert's
death.
From Robert's death. Yeah, at least a month. I mean, he declares pretty.
It's long enough for Renly to get to Highgarden and declare himself king. So it might only be a couple of weeks or something. I don't know.
But still, you should do it day one. Well,
right.
Like
the second
Ned fucked up by waiting half a night.
Exactly. If you think of yourself as the natural heir here, like, and you're going to make this play, and Robert dies, whose life is in danger. I mean, this is at least part of why Stannis leaves, is because their lives are in danger, and he's not allowed to do anything about it.
Yeah.
And so he knows Robert's life is in danger. So he should have a plan to send those ravens the second that raven hits Dragonstone, and he doesn't.
Absolutely.
And I think because he's looking for a way out of this. But from Renly's point of view, you see him not doing anything, and Renly must be thinking. Now, I think they know each other's position on the real disagreement here. But part of Renly's decision, I think, has got to be like, okay, Stannis isn't doing it. He's not. I'm waiting for this raven. It's not happening.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess he's sitting this one out.
Yeah, yeah.
So I have to do it, you know?
Yeah, I don't think you're completely wrong on that. Maybe if Stannis reached out to Renly right away, they would have actually done it. Or, like, done something. But we were definitely going to get to that after the next slide because we're getting closer to your slide. I want to read something off. Lolatov, which I did not know about because my PayPal wasn't sending me any updates. So over an hour ago, I did get a PayPal from him that's saying Stannis, out of loyalty and duty, ate his own puppy during the Siege of Storm's End. Keep the memory of little Scraps alive. So pour one out for little Scraps.
I can
$2 for that. That's totally worth it. I love it. That's good.
I can believe that.
I mean, they did eat everything. Rusty, got anything?
He
for
was
little
Scraps in more way than one.
Oh no! His name used to not be Little Scraps, which is what we called it later. Oh no, that's messed up. Thank you, Lolatov. All right, I'm gonna check out comments. Yeah, R.I.P. Little Scraps. Little brother, no one's gonna get Homestar references. All right, okay.
Today's episode brought to you by Moon Pies.
Moon Pies. No, little brother.
You enjoy unprotected sex but don't want to get pregnant? Don't do a cream pie. Go for a moon pie.
Jesus
do it in the butt.
Christ. Okay, throw that out of nowhere. Jesus. All right. Moving on. Russ doesn't talk at all and then throws out that. All right. Thank you, Russ. Joining the war. Though Stannis is not a follower of R'hllor, a lot of people forget that. He renounces the faith of the Seven. Queen's men ruin the sept of Dragonstone, and the carvings of the Seven are publicly burned. During this sacrifice, Melisandre proclaims that Stannis is Azor Ahai reborn and has him pull a sword out of burning carvings and as I just say, they Lightbringer. They call it Lightbringer. All right. In private, Celador tells Davos that the sword is not the real Lightbringer. The pious Lord Sunglass renounces Stannis for this, and he is imprisoned. I think I got some Lightbringer stuff. I think I do. I think I got some Lightbringer clips. Yeah, here you go.
Lightbringer.
There you go. Just got one because Lucifer is Lightbringer. All right.
Oh yeah.
Show Lucifer.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. All right. Stannis writes a letter announcing his claim to the throne. Yeah. After all this is him finally sending that letter out, and the bastardy of Cersei's kids, which he plans to send to the lords of the Seven Kingdoms by Raven, and to the ports of Westeros and the free cities by ship. Davos questions this and further informs Stannis that it would be unwise to declare for the Lord of Light if he wishes to win over the followers of the Seven. But Stannis rejects the notion as he believes Melisandre has real power. Renly Baratheon slowly marches with a huge host, very slowly, to King's Landing. Robb Stark sends his mother Catelyn south as an envoy, which Catelyn meets Renly at Bitterbridge. As Renly and Catelyn converse, Renly is surprised to hear that Stannis has besieged Storm's End, which is held by Courtney Penrose. Yeah, a lot of the stuff you're bringing up, Moonman, makes a lot of sense of Renly dragging his feet, like waiting for Stannis. Like, Stannis, are you gonna? All right, let's move slow. And then finally, it's like, all right, Stannis finally did something. Really? What did he do? He's besieging your castle. What the fuck? What do you fucking mean? So
yeah, I think that's like Renly's like, well, shit. Like, I, you know, you didn't say it on day one, so I did it, and now you're fucking declaring what am I supposed to do with this? Like, he's not. I don't think he's thinking like I have to kill my brother. You know, I don't think either of them are thinking that ultimately ever. But yeah, there is some miscommunication here. But as we'll get to, I think there's no hope for it being resolved.
Yeah. Well, we will try to resolve it with a peach. Okay.
We'll try.
We'll try. Does it work? No, everybody dies. No, it doesn't work. So we finally have, I got like quite a lot of peach stuff. So here's one.
Yeah. Tastes like peaches.
Yeah. Just some holes for you. Russ, just because I said holes doesn't mean you need to talk about moon pies anymore. But
yeah. Tastes like peaches.
But that's from the movie Holes. And according to them, it tastes like peaches, not moon pie. And then I got one from, can anyone name this movie?
Some bitch was right. Tastes like a peach.
It's Canadian bacon.
Nope.
No. It's no. Hang on. It's True Romance.
Yeah, True Romance. What's up?
Just because it looks like a peach doesn't mean it tastes like one.
Oh. Yeah, that's all I got. So we already did the sword stuff. So here's some this.
Stannis Baratheon.
Is that the only time it's like Baratheon? It's like just sounds. She says it way more like hardcore. Like it's Baratheon.
Foreign.
It's Baratheon. And then we got this.
And that sword shall be Lightbringer.
Yep. And then I'm not gonna blame an accent. That would have been a little too messed up. We're so close to the peach, so let's just get to it. I'll stop playing clips.
Peaches, 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 peaches.
All right. We'll get to peaches.
You
can see how bored I was getting ready for this. We got a lot of people in the chat. What's up? Click like. Let us know if you have a question.
How many?
29.
Who's there? I can't see the chat. If I load the stream, my shit will crash. So.
Can you see in the corner where it says the amount of viewers?
I could put it on the.
It says it up in the corner.
Put it up on my phone.
Yeah.
Wow, we're at 28 right now.
Yeah, dude, it was 20. It was 30 like a second ago.
That's like double what we're normally at.
Dude, it's like more than double. We're killing it. We're doing good, guys. All right, and we're 2 hours in, and we're 12 slides. We have a lot left, so we're gonna go. A peach. What does it mean? That's a joke for you, Moon Man. That's why. That's why I named it there.
Look at me. I am a peach, and I don't even know.
Yeah, you're a cute little googly eye. All right, from Bitterbridge, Renly rushes. Oh, now you can move. Wait, Renly could move his host this whole time. Rushes the Storm's End with 10,000 of his hosts, claiming that he has another 100,000 on their way. Stannis and Renly parley, and Renly offers Stannis a chance to swear his fealty with a peach. Here, eat this peach. You want me to be the king instead? Which Stannis angrily rejects. He calls Renly a traitor as well as threatens Robb Stark to his mother. Yeah, Stannis doesn't want to make any friends here. When it becomes clear that Renly, who does not care about Stannis' letter and is confident in his own strength, will not swear to him, Stannis leaves, promising a battle at dawn. Yeah, pistols at dawn is what he said. Before... wait, no, that would be a duel. So no, just battle at dawn. Never mind. I didn't have to say anything. But before they can march at dawn, Renly gets killed by a shadow assassin that looks like Stannis. Most of the forces Renly had brought with him to Storm's End join Stannis, though houses Tyrell, Tarly, and Rowan do not. So the really big Reach houses don't. There are houses from the Reach that stay with Stannis, though. Following Renly's death, Stannis is troubled by terrible nightmares, and only Melisandre, who now shares his pavilion, ooh, scandalous, can soothe him to sleep. He confides in Davos that he sometimes dreams of Renly's death, but that he is innocent, as he had been in bed when Renly was slain, and that his squire, Davin Seaworth, Davos's one of Davos's sons, had been unable to wake him. Stannis is vexed by Renly offering him a peach during the parley. It's almost like it has a whole meaning.
Well, it certainly could.
Were we just talking about the Forbidden Planet connection with this the other day?
Were we? I don't know.
Who was I talking about that with?
I don't know, man.
Oh, man. Okay, so Forbidden Planet is MGM's first major sci-fi film, like big budget.
Okay.
And it's one of it's credited as one of the major inspirations for Star Trek. And what it actually is a retelling of Shakespeare's The Tempest, but in space.
Yeah.
So you have this monster that is actually a human subconscious of one of the characters. And like he can't be woken when this monster is on a rampage, but this monster also keeps doing things that cause things that guy wants to happen. So apparently George Martin has also mentioned that Forbidden Planet was a bit of an inspiration for what's going on with Stannis here.
Yeah, he's called it. Well, I don't think he's mentioned that it was an inspiration for Stannis. He hasn't given that much away. He said it's his favorite movie. And he like owns the original Robbie the Robot suit.
There's no way for him to say that it's his favorite movie and have it be parallel and it not be inspired.
No, it's clearly, he just hasn't said it. It's clearly a major inspiration for the idea of a disembodied consciousness going and doing murders that you're only subconsciously aware of.
There's not that in this show at all. What are you talking about? I think the theme of disembodied consciousness is gigantic, not only with these shadows, but I mean, Michael's not here to rant about the others, but I do think that the others being shadows and clones of themselves, possibly being a frozen shadow assassin of one person, but being first man magic opposed to fire magic, which I think they're connected, of course, because this magic. I think all the magic in this world is connected. But I do think that there's a parallel between, not even a subtext, but a textual parallel between the shadow binding shadow assassins that we see kill Renly and then later Courtney Penrose, and the ones that the others are, the White Walkers, if you want to go with the show term. But then there is a thematic parallel between the others and the White Cloaks, the Kingsguard, which I find really funny, of them all being in white, them being silent shadows, constantly lurking around and being behind people at all times. Anyways, and maybe even the Rainbow Guard, because when you actually get the White Walkers described, I'm calling them White Walkers, even though they're not called that in the books. They're very. They are in the books? I didn't think they ever were called the White Walkers.
No.
I thought that was all the show.
It's one of the many names, yeah.
Okay. But anyways, the one time that Waymar Royce sees them, and then we get a description from Will in the first chapter, they're shining a bunch of different colors. Because they're constantly shifting like ice in the snow. If you ever go to like ice on a lake, how it's not clear, it's actually all colors as it's clear because it's reflecting all light at once, because that's what ice do. But yeah, I think there is weird thematic things between all that. But anyway, that has definitely nothing to do with a peach. I kind of just wanted to talk about shadows for a second.
I quickly wanted to mention I was discussing Forbidden Planet with Ondi.
Is it any good? Should I watch this?
It's a great
Forbidden
movie.
Planet?
Yeah, we'll get into that in a second. But I was discussing it with Ondi, aka Stoner Tormund, and Random Internet Guy. I believe it was on a Random Internet Guy's stream that we were discussing.
It was. Yeah, you guys just had that stream. I couldn't make it, but I helped him out. It was his first ever streamer stream that I helped him with. I'm trying to introduce
stream, but not that part of it.
But yeah, so Forbidden Planet is one of my it's probably my favorite movie.
Ooh, all right. I'm gonna have to check it out then.
It's a product of its time. There is some misogyny right in the middle. There was a book adaptation as well, which is slightly different from the movie and gives kind of a cool look into the lore. There was never an ebook version made of it. There's never been any reprints of it either. So I bought a copy that was too crispy to read and have scanned it into an ebook format. So I can get you that as well if you want.
All right. Well, we can chat. I think I'll start with the movie because I can't really I don't really do reading books. I don't really read books with my eyes. Mostly just my ears.
Look up the cast after you watch the movie.
All right.
That's all I'm going to say on that point.
It will ruin it. Is what you're
significant. No, it won't ruin. It'll ruin one little surprise. Is all.
Oh, that's what you mean. It's kind of like if you don't look at it. Yeah, don't spoil yourself by finding out. Yeah, like don't. I never look at cast before the movies just because there's a lot of movies that it gets ruined to like 7. Like, wait, when's Kevin Spacey going? Oh, it's probably the killer, But anyways, spoilers. All right. Storm's End. Hey, he finally got to be Lord of Storm's End. If you just wait, have a little bit of patience, right? And then he leaves. Stannis has surrounded Storm's End by land and sea. Sounds familiar. And he promises that the garrison that they may go free if the castle is yielded to him within a fortnight. Courtney Penrose refuses, however, and even during the last parley a fortnight later, he won't give up Edric. I said Stone. Edric Storm. Courtney challenges Stannis to single combat, but Stannis refuses. He's like, no, that's stupid. We're not doing that. Melisandre tells Stannis that he has seen Courtney's death in her flames, determined to get a hold of Edric. To prove incest is stated as like one of the main reasons, because Edric Storm will totally prove that this is what Robert's son should look like, right? Stannis orders Davos to land a small boat beneath the castle with Melisandre. She gives birth to a shadow which resembles Stannis and enters the castle. And that night, Courtney falls off a tower of the castle to his death. Elwood Meadows, which is my favorite name because it makes me think of Elwood Blues. Elwood Meadows yields the castle to Stannis, who subsequently burns the gods with Storm's End right away. Kill the gods. Though it is believed to be a suicide, Lord Varys believes that Courtney might have been killed with magic. It is so odd that Varys would think that, because he would have no reason, because it does not look like magic is involved at all. Anyways, with Storm's End fallen, Stannis is free to march for King's Landing, which he has been preparing for his arrival. Yeah, there. Tyrion's been making a chain. That Fleetwood Mac song, The Chain. He's been making a Fleetwood Mac song to get ready. Stannis is convinced that Melisandre should not join him on the campaign. She might get credit for the victory as a sorceress. Yes, everyone's like, dude, don't bring Mel. Stannis sends Mel and Edric to Dragonstone, and he begins marching north from Storm's End towards the Kingswood and the southern shore of the Blackwater Rush. Meanwhile, Sir Emery Florent leads Stannis' fleet north along Massey's Hook towards Blackwater Bay. Whew, we're getting close to the Blackwater. Whew. Getting there, guys. Getting there. We have Hi. Stumbling on my words now. We got anything for another shadow baby for Courtney Penrose and the not bringing Mel along? Do you think that would have changed it?
But did you want me to talk about like what I think about the Parley and the peach and all that stuff and what their disagreement is?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you we're there. If you want to, like, no offense, but if you want to keep it short, just because we have still so much to cover, I do totally hearing you talk, but there, yeah, I know that.
Yeah, I want to hear this too, because I've heard that there is significance in the peach, but I don't know what it is.
Well, that's what Moonman does, and I know that it's kind of like your big thesis. So Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, let me just give I mean, you know, really, it masquerades as the big thesis in the first two parts of my series. Really, the thesis is a lot bigger, but that's a fun way to get into it.
Yeah,
which is to
peach.
talk about how Stannis, because Stannis is one of the most, I think, he's one of the most mysterious characters. Like many commentators who've deeply looked at Stannis have come away going actually he's riddled with contradictions. Doesn't really make sense.
I'm gonna run to grab something to drink. I'll be really quick.
Is he a fanatic? Is he, out of his mind? Is he desperate to be king? He doesn't seem like it. He has a sense of humor, if you're paying attention, that not everybody gets. And, what I try to lay out in, so far very quick form. I mean, it's now, a 90-minute thing. It's going to get longer, but there's a lot more to say, is that I think Stannis and Renly have a fundamental political disagreement about what to do about the coming Targaryen restoration, and that they disagree, and that's unresolvable, and that is what they're really beefing over. Stannis doesn't think they can win, and thus is acting accordingly. Renly naively believes they can and should. Also, Stannis doesn't care. He just wants them to survive and keep the family alive and kicking, and Renly actually wants to continue the Baratheon dynasty and defend Robert's rebellion. And, my proposal about the peach is that it represents, as foreshadowing or as a hint at Renly in that moment making a first offer before he offers for Stannis to kneel to him. He's making a first offer of the peach, and that for him emotionally, that's what it is to us as the reader. For him emotionally, it's like he shows up at this meeting not really knowing why the hell did Stannis declare himself king? I had already done this. Can we still work this out? And he shows up with a plan to try and be diplomatic and try and find a way to talk to and remind Stannis, look, I know we disagree on this. I thought when you weren't declaring yourself king that you were getting out of the way for me to do what I want, and now you could still join me, but don't forget, Stannis, when we talked about this problem before, I said I had no problem following you as king, or the idea of this, that wouldn't have even necessarily come up because they're not expecting Robert to die when they're having these conversations. Unless, it depends on the timeline, but or he's saying, look, this isn't personal. This wasn't about me being king over you. It was about you not doing this, but me also knowing that if you do, that what you think is we need to get out of the way for Targaryen restoration, it's a lot of detail, and there's a lot more to talk about, even than is currently in my videos, but it's this unbreakable knot between them where one thinks they can win and one knows they can't, and that leads them down two completely different paths, which is what my series is about anyway.
Yeah, no, and I remember the first time I listened to it. I remember where I was. I was at work. I was washing a floor, and I was like, "Who's this Moonman fella?" And I remember right away I was like, "Wow, these videos are fucking the best quality." And then once you started going, I was like, I immediately my first thought was a peach. Really, that's what we're going with? We're going with the peach. And then when I realized it was symbolism of take this, and I know about Targaryen restoration, it's a threat, I know it's a threat, but guess what, we probably can't take care of it, please, or whatever. Once I started getting into it, I was really blown away, and that's why I'm so happy you're here when we can finally talk about it now. And I also knew you wouldn't be able to say all of it, but yeah, no. I do think that there is a lot to go with your theory of Renly. That's why Renly didn't pull the trigger right away. That he was waiting to finally talk to Stannis or meet with Stannis or get something. And of course, Stannis just broods and burns gods and does his weird thing and becomes a Virginia ham before he like finally reaches out to Renly. And at that point, it's just kind of too late. Yeah.
Like Stannis is, so there's all this personal stuff that is there. Stannis is now pissed that Renly has done this thing that we talked about that like is exactly the thing that he didn't do to Robert and that he just does not expect. It's like, it's finally like he has been the second. He has taken a back seat in his, he has not acted on his political opinions all these years. He has followed Robert, and now it's on that logic, it's his turn. And so he's fuming pissed at Renly.
And that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
But at the same time, in my analysis, even if they could have like had a heart-to-heart together alone, excused their seconds and said like, let's talk this out, like it would ultimately, I think, come down to Stannis doesn't really care about the Baratheon dynasty, happy to support it and happy to do like all the work in the world to keep it alive if he thinks it's possible and for Robert. But like, he's also not like, he's just not morally offended by the idea of the Targaryens coming back. And, but also he's smarter, shrewder, and knows the Targaryen that they're going to win. He knows what he knows, and they're going to win, and the Baratheons are going to lose and be killed. And Renly really does believe in defending Robert's rebellion, really thinks that's very important to him, because on some level, he looks up to Robert. He doesn't remember the Targaryens, but he, you know, and so all he knows is like Robert's like opinion of them. And ultimately, like, he's a Knight of Summer, as Kat says, and thinks like, we can do this. Look, I've just got this horde. I just made this marriage to Highgarden. And I wanted to make that marriage for Robert, but great, I did it for myself. And now we have an army. You thought, because what he's thinking is, Stannis, you thought we couldn't win because
we couldn't.
If we have to get rid of, even before Robert dies, you're thinking, well, the Lannisters are out, man. This is we have to get rid of them. And that means we don't really have the alliance to do this, right? We don't have the alliance to survive. And Renly's saying, no, but look, I'm bringing the Tyrells. And now you really think we don't have the alliance to survive, which is why I know you're planning to kneel to the coming Targaryen restoration as king. But look, Stannis, I did this to convince you to come alongside. Look, I brought the Tyrells and the entire Reach along, which means we can do this. So you can fall in and be my hand, whatever. I'll give you Storm's End, and we can win. But Stannis is sitting back going, no, the Tyrells are playing you. They are planning to set you up to hand you over to the Targaryen restoration.
Yeah, well, they probably are.
They absolutely are. Yeah. Which is why what they're doing in King's Landing now.
Now, I do want to move past Peach Talk. Thank you for having Peach Talk. I do have some more funny things, so I got this.
Born amidst salt and smoke.
And my favorite line in the TV show.
Is he a ham?
It's pretty good. Is he a ham? I think it's fantastic. Just show Renly just completely like he is a very powerful religious figure, and he's like, yeah, is he a ham? It's like, well, fuck you. Like, you know, Mel probably like, oh, I'm gonna burn you, motherfucker.
Fuming.
I smell that king's blood ready to boil. And you know, she doesn't even get to light Renly on fire. That's the real tragedy here, is that Mel never got to light Renly on fire.
And the leeches snap, crackle, and pop.
Oof. Are you a ham? That's actually what I ask everybody when I meet them.
What?
Are you a ham?
Oh.
Just say it that way. Sorry. Or do leeches snap, crackle, and pop? I have asked that to strangers. So Battle of the Blackwater. So to prevent people to prevent people in the city, thank you, from joining Stannis, Tyrion Lannister has the High Septum spread that Stannis means to burn the Great Sept of Baelor. And I would not put it past him. Like Tyrion's like spreading that. I think he burned the Sept of Dragonstone, and the sunglasses got in the way. And
it's a natural claim to make.
Yeah, fuck. Wait here. I think I got a Tyrion. Here. Did you guys like how professional I am? I hear that a lot. I hear people love how professional I am.
Imagine Stannis' terror.
Yeah, there we go. Imagine Stannis' terror.
When you don't hear it for a while, you forget how ridiculous Dinklage's accent is. Like, and then, like it grows on if you're binge watching the show, like you just hear his performance and he's great. But man, if you haven't heard him do that for a while, and it's like, wow.
Littlefinger is the most for me because I rewatched The Wire. Believe it or not, I watched The Wire more than I watched Game of Thrones because even though the last season of The Wire is a drop, it's not as steep of a drop as Game of Thrones is last season. Or not even last season. Sorry, Game of Thrones drops 3 seasons early, or 4. Anyways, that's not what we're doing here.
I think I've rewatched Game of Thrones once, or I tried rewatching Game of Thrones once.
I watched it multiple times.
About season 6 and remembered how bad it was getting, and just was like, "Oh yeah, this isn't a show I'm gonna rewatch."
Pretty much after Storms, I think they adapted up through Storms well, and then as soon as it gets to Feast, they're like, "Fuck it." Like, oh, we have a bunch of Martells and Greyjoys we have to introduce. Fuck it. You know, like, all right, fine. If you're literally not gonna bring in any of the new POVs, all right, whatever. Fuck, I'm not getting into that. What I was gonna say is when you're talking about accents, Moodman, going Carcetti is the name of Peter Baelish's character in The Wire, and he has like, you know, I think the guy is actually Irish, right? But his accent in The Wire is so that East Coast, like he nails this Baltimore East Coast accent so much, and then you jump to Peter Baelish, hello, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, it's like, dude, you could listen.
He's doing a character voice in audio too, but he is good at it.
Absolutely, he's doing a character voice. Well, in the character voice in Game of Thrones switches from season 1 to season 2. He's doing 2 different accents.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But yeah, it's just like if you just listen to like Thomas Carcetti, and then Peter Baelish, you wouldn't know at all that they're the same characters. Like they're so fucking, and their cadences and everything. That actor's great. Is all I'm getting at. Did I finish this slide?
He's great.
No. We have to do the Blackwater. So, yeah, he's going to burn the Great Sept. That's where I was. Tyrion has his Vale clansmen burn the grass, which would be consumed by Stannis' horses, as well as kill his scouts and his baggage train. In response, Stannis' vanguard sets the Kingswood afire to smoke out the clansmen. This gets like kind of bowled over a lot. Like a lot of the ground war, the ground battle before the Battle of the Blackwater, because I think that in the show, since it's completely a naval thing in the show, we kind of, at least I kind of forget how there's like a lot of little skirmishes in the Kingswood leading up to it, which I find really interesting, especially since all Tyrion has are mountain clansmen from the Vale. Like, you go do guerrilla war, we'll build a chain. Don't worry, I got this.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fantastic. I think Tyrion it actually does an amazing job here at defending King's Landing. Stannis attacks. Stannis attacks
the Mannis.
Yeah, he does beat the Mannis. Well, with the help of his dad, but he does pretty freaking well. Stannis attacks King's Landing during the Battle of the Blackwater, which most of Stannis' ships entering the harbor to land soldiers and face a smaller fleet of King Joffrey. The Lannisters alight wildfires and raise a giant iron chain to prevent ships from sailing away, and most ships are destroyed. Stannis' soldiers use the destroyed ships as a bridge to reach the gates of the city, however, and they come close to a victory. The forces of Tywin Lannister and Mace Tyrell arrive unexpectedly, led by the, quote, ghost of Renly Baratheon, who is later revealed to be Garland Tyrell, hashtag my favorite Tyrell, dressed in Renly's armor. And Stannis' soldiers are overwhelmed and surrender. Sir Richard Horp and Sir Justin Massey convince Stannis to retreat. Well, Stannis is away. During all of this, Melisandre and Selyse burn Lord Gunter Sunglass and Sir Harbert Rampton's sons because they fought against, they tried to prevent the burning of the Sept earlier. So that's why they're getting burned alive. Mm. So when they burned the Dragonstone Sept, it was Sunglass and Rampton's men trying to stop them. And a lot of them died then. But then the people who were left in the dungeons, Mel and Selyse, you know, when the cat's away, the mice will light people on fire, right? And play. Is that how the saying goes? I'm missing so many chats.
Sorry, I was thinking of something from what you just said, and then I completely lost track of it.
I'm sorry, Rust. Are you just lost in my eyes?
No, honestly, I've been stuck in the chat.
A friend of mine has a question for you.
I know, I see you. Yeah, go ahead.
I know better than to look at your eyes.
I know. I'm hauntingly gorgeous. I got a haircut today. You look good as always, Rust.
Looking good. Yeah.
Thanks.
Both of you are looking good, but in particular, a friend of mine has a question for Rust about his, availability.
Oh, really? Where's this at?
It's in my texts.
Oh, okay. Rust, are you available?
For dudes. For dudes, yes.
All right. Well, there you go. That answers.
Not for women at the moment, no.
Big pharma of Westeros. God, that's what 27... I was missing 27 chats while I read that, and I clicked, and almost all of it's about Westerosi drugs, it seems, and spice wine. That's so good. All right.
That's because I was involved.
I just saw something about Gregor being addicted to milk of the poppy. Yeah, I will never do a mountain or Mountain's Men topic. Week.
I remembered what I was going to say.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
About what you were talking about. It's just that the taking of a city is never that quick. Like the majority of ancient warfare was sieges, and sieges take at least months, usually years. So like the idea that they were going to take King's Landing in a night is just, it's a little absurd.
Well, the fact that they had that King's Landing had no defense, like no armies there, but also I think the reason why they would have thought is they're starving. Like you've already had all the food from the Reach cut off. And then the Stannis started, what word am I looking for? Blockading.
Blockade.
Thank you. I needed in my Star Wars Episode 1. The blockade. They whip out the blockade to prevent any food. So they were already, like, if you will, like softly sieging them before they ever got their guys out there, right? Like they've already starved out King's Landing. And because they're using... Not only is King's Landing starved out, but they're still funding a war too, like on two fronts. Like all their men are out doing stuff with Jaime and then with Tywin. Like, I feel like this isn't a great siege of a town that was ready for it. This is like they've already so beaten down that if you could just knock on King's Landing's door, you might be able to knock it down on the first night. But yeah, Rust is right that you a city like King's Landing, you can't expect to just take it in a night, or anything like that. Did I read this entire slide? Yeah. Sounds like Russ is making a drink. I want one.
Yeah. On that, I should probably dip out.
Okay.
It's super fun. But I gotta get up early.
We're almost at 3 hours and we have a lot left. So yeah. Thanks for coming. And if you are one of the, I'm assuming, very rare people in the chat that have not checked out Moonman's 2 channels, go check them out. So Moonman, and then what's your second?
Just at Moonman Theories. We don't need to plug the other one. Find the real videos, and that'll be good enough. There's a plug for the other stuff in the main ones. All
right, definitely go check out his 3, count them, 1, 2, 3 videos that you got up for the Peach. So everything that he said here, but way more. And I love all your Mance Raider stuff from your 3rd ones. It's fantastic. I watched it.
Oh, thank you, man. I'm glad you liked it
as soon as it came out, dude.
Yeah. Working on that for 6 months. Hey, it's only been out for like 5 days. So yeah, please, if you haven't caught it, just take a mere 90 minutes of your time to watch my entire catalog of YouTube videos that I've worked on for the last 2 years.
The Lunar Lord, Moon Peaches. Yeah, no, they're fantastic. You're getting a lot of
Moon
praise
Peaches.
in the chat.
Wait, is that what I am?
Yeah, you're a Moon Peach.
Is that what I am? Is it what when you look at me right now, what do you see?
I see a fish. I think you look like one of those big bald eyes, like the big gloopy eyed
yeah, hold on. Let me take a.
Oh God, what are you doing?
I'm just taking a good look at his.
It's about to just be me and Rust. You're leaving me. This is gonna be my Chewbacca. It's my co-pilot.
I mean, it's googly eyes.
It's googly eyes. Oh,
maybe
April wants your autograph.
Me or Moon Man?
Good to know.
Moon Man.
I'm Moon Man.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
This is Greg, aka Moon Man, signing off.
Have a good one.
Wait, is this a picture of the moon? Is that what you're saying?
I'm glad to hear your interpretation. We've got a fish and a moon.
I still see big eyes.
I didn't say it looked like the moon. I said it looked like googly eyes stuck on a petri dish or a petri dish.
Yeah, there you go.
I was asking you if it was the moon.
You need it on a bigger screen, Rust.
I can do this if this helps, Rust.
Hold on, I gotta wait for the.
All right.
I gotta wait for the YouTube stream to catch up.
Okay. Well, we're gonna let Moonman go. He's got to wake up in the morning. You have a good one, dude. I'm glad we got through all the technical difficulties at the beginning, and we're able to get.
I'm sorry about that.
No, it's fine. It happens. We were able to finally get all your insight, and we have a lot to go because Stannis still has to go north. So, yeah.
All right.
So you have a good one, Moonman.
We'll meet Mance Raider, which is what we talk about in part 3 of Stannis, that peach, and the Battle of Wind. Good night, everybody.
You have a good one. Just me and you, Rust.
What's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, man? There's been big personalities. Moonman's got a lot to say. I always have a lot to say very loud. I feel like you've just been kind of hiding, hanging out. So,
I have not been paying attention at all.
You know who we're talking about?
Yeah, no. I've been in the chat for the most part.
I know. I see you.
We're talking about Stannis Baratheon.
Getting there. Yeah. Well, let's keep going. So
I'm trying to find the part where you zoomed in on his whatever. I'll just go bring it. I'll just bring it to life.
Well, Stannis is away. Melisandre. Yeah, I already got that. So let's get into his retreat to Dragonstone. Defeated on the Blackwater, Stannis returns to Dragonstone on the Lysini ships with a few men that remain to him. So not much. Most of them are Queensmen from House Florent. Stannis names the Lord Alistair Florent, or how it's spelt, Alester. Alester Florent as Hand of the King. but refuses to see anybody but Melisandre. He does not eat, and tales are told claiming that Stannis and Melisandre go down into the Dragon Mount and watch the fires inside. That's the volcano. So people are like, oh, late at night, they go down to the volcano and just watch the lava. Which, if I lived near a volcano, I would, for one.
Yeah.
That sounds
for
awesome.
Sure.
Like, you're not once going to go check out the bubbling lava? That's got to be the coolest.
I would also like have somebody, one of my servants, like inhale the volcanic fumes and see if they could tell the future because of the oracle at Delphi.
Yeah, there you go. Some Greek stuff. Is that what you're doing, or is that Roman?
Yeah, Greek.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I mean, I know what happens when you breathe too much SO2, sulfur dioxide, because I'm part of the hazmat team at my job, and we actually have stoves that melt sulfur, and we use SO2 in our process. So yeah, I know what happens. And guess what? It ain't fun. So don't do it. Don't go breathing in a bunch of SO2. It's not fun. It makes your lungs burn. It feels not cool. What did the Florents do in the Blackfire Rebellion and dance? I don't actually remember what the Florents do during the Blackfire Rebellion or the dance, because the Reach during the dance is like all Hightowery, you know? So I can't remember what the Florents are up to during that time. And we sadly just don't know too much about the Blackfire Rebellions. I wish we knew more. We don't have the book that covers that yet. And all right, so before I get going again, now it's just me and Rust. So if you have any super chats, send them in, and we will definitely get those questions. But man, if I want to finish, Rust, can you be in here for the rest, no matter how long it takes, or are you going to bounce if I take too long?
I can be in here pretty much as long as it takes. Yeah.
Thanks, dude. I didn't know if we wanted to cut it in half. I really don't want to cut it in half. So as long as I have one person with me, I want to do it all. So you're my ride or die. You're my Chewbacca. Which Wookiee?
Chewbacca?
Yeah, my co-pilot.
Sure.
Yeah, my Chewie. Which Wookiee do you most identify with?
Identify with. I guess Chewie. He was generally a pretty grumpy dude.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking up the whole Florence war. What were the Florence doing during the dance thing?
Perfect. You can answer that question, and I'll finish off this slide. After Sir Davos Seaworth is arrested for his plan to kill Melisandre visits him in the dungeon. She tells him that Stannis's fires burn low and that another shadow baby might kill him. So that's something that you guys were talking about earlier in the chat. There was some talk about can he even make another shadow baby? So this is when it's put out that another one might actually kill him. Lord Florent loses faith in Stannis' chances and prepares to offer peace to the Lannisters, exchanged for giving up his claim to the Iron Throne and retracting all he said regarding everything that he said regarding the bastardry of Cersei Lannister's children. Stannis would be accepted back into the King's Peace and allowed to rule as a Lord of Dragonstone and Lord of Storm's End. So both of them, along with a marriage pact between Shireen Baratheon and Tommen Baratheon. However, before Alistair can give the letter to Salladhor Saan and have it delivered to King's Landing, Alistair is arrested for treason and imprisoned with Davos in the dungeon. Melisandre asks Stannis to give Edric Storm over to her, claiming that King's blood will allow her to wake a stone dragon. But Stannis refuses, however, and persists that Stannis is, the priestess then believes that Stannis is the prince that was promised. All right, before you tell us about the Florence, I do have a clip for stone dragons.
Stone dragon.
Just a random Milan thing. Mulan. Rust, what do you got for Florence? You are muted. You are still muted. There we go.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so the Florents are only mentioned twice in Fire and Blood. One is that one of them was trying to marry a peak in order to become a queen of all the Reach.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
And then let me see the other one.
There should be a super chat button there for you somewhere.
Perhaps the boldest letter came from the irrepressible Lady Samantha of Oldtown, who declared that her sister Sansara of House Tarley is spirited and strong and has read more books than half the maesters in the Citadel, whilst her good sister Bethany of House Hightower was very beautiful with smooth, soft skin and lustrous hair and the sweetest manner, though also lazy and somewhat stupid, truth be told, though some men seem to like that in a wife.
Yeah, I guess.
She concluded by suggesting that perhaps King Aegon should marry both of them, one to rule beside him as Queen Alysanne did King Jaehaerys, and one to bed and breed. And in the event that both of them were found wanting for whatever obscure reason, Lady Sam helpfully appended the names of 31 other nubile maidens from houses Hightower, Redwine, Tarley, Ambrose, Florent, Cobb, ...
So all the Reach. Yeah.
Those are the two mentions of the Florents in Fire.
So one's hot but dumb? That's pretty awful. That's, back when the patriarchy was still just really awful and women were only there to have kids with, which is not the life I live. I'm very much a partner to my wife. She is not in any way subservient. But yeah, because I like that my wife is smarter than me. She gets to do all the smart people stuff. Whenever I get whenever it's like, hey, you got to renew your blah, blah insurance. I'm like, honey, do this for me. I don't know how to do any of this smart people crap. No, nubile. Yeah, it's a pretty good word. Nubile.
I learned that one from Calvin and Hobbes.
Nubile?
Yeah, Calvin's uncle takes him to see Santa at the mall. And when he gets home, his parents are talking to him, and he's like, "Yeah, my Uncle Max told me what he wanted for Christmas. What does what's a nubile wrapped in cellophane?"
Oh my god! Oh man! Oh, that's good.
I asked my dad. I'm like, "Dad, what's a nubile?" He's like, "What?"
Oh my god!
I'm like, "Man, you're the one that put the comic book in the bathroom."
It's so hardcore. Did you guys had Calvin and Hobbes in the bathroom too?
Oh yeah, Calvin and Hobbes and Farside were.
I was just gonna say in Farside, we had Farside in our. Oh my god, yeah, no, yep. Sitting on the bathroom tank, or the toilet tank, we had Farside, and then eventually Calvin and Hobbes. We don't have any of that in my house now, and I just have a bunch of comic books. I should just drop hint at my wife, just put Watchmen on top there, just see if she reads it. Then my daughter's gonna just tear all the pages out. She's adorable. All right, let's finally head out north. Well, getting there. Soon getting there. Actually, not yet. Stannis has Davos released from the dungeon and brought before him. While escorting Davos to Stannis, Axel Florent, a different Florent, tries to get Davos to tell Stannis to make Axel Hand of the King. So Axel Florent's like, hey, you should tell him to make me Hand of the King, bro. The king appears 10 years older, shrunken, and beginning to have gray hair. Stannis agrees with Davos that Axel's plan to attack Claw Isle should be rejected. Yeah, it's a dumb plan. And he names Davos Lord of the Rainwood, Admiral of the Narrow Sea, and Hand of the King. Stannis reveals that he has seen a high hill in a forest where men in black had made a ring of torches and where shapes were moving through the snow. Melisandre again asks for Edric, but Stannis refuses. He's like, stop trying to burn him, dude. What are you doing? So he orders her to just use leeches instead. Stannis throws 3 leeches into a fire one by one, stating the names of the other 3 surviving kings. It ain't no stone dragon. That's all Mel was saying the whole time. Be cool if we had a stone dragon. Shut up. I'm doing the leech thing instead. King Balon and Robb Stark die, leading to a discussion whether Edric should be sacrificed to wake a dragon of stone or not. Davos tries to convince Stannis not to, but Stannis says that if Joffrey dies as well, that he might. Holy shit. Joffrey dies at his wedding, or the Purple Wedding, you guys know. Stannis is willing to sacrifice Edric, though he still does not like the idea. Davos and the other Kingsmen smuggle Edric away, and Stannis is furious, but Davos urges Stannis to sail for the Wall instead. Whew! And now Rust is gone.
No, I'm still here.
I know. I scared him away. All right, we're finally headed up north to the land of the pines, dude.
I have ADHD, so I just bounce up and down and do random stuff around the house.
Rust, I've been doing streams with you for like a year. I know. I don't get offended.
This is how it goes when my partner is here too. When they like go to take a nap, like on my lap, I'm like, "You're not gonna want to do that." I'm gonna be getting up in 5 minutes for some reason or another. Like you can nap right next to my lap, but on the lap is a bad idea.
I follow you. I just got a comment on one of my videos that just said, "I really love your ADHD vibes." Yeah. My favorite comment, it was a held comment. I tried to let it through, but I got a held comment that just said, "Bro, you autistic or something?" I just want to be like, yeah, probably. Yeah. or something. I've never been diagnosed, but
bullies on the internet diagnosed me more quickly than doctors did.
I mean, I had a friend who's like, "Hey, I finally went to a therapist. Like, we've been talking for a long time." I'm like, "How's that go?" He's like, "I have Asperger's." I was like, "Oh, okay, that's a pretty successful day one." And that just immediately made me like, "Well, shit, if I go, I can't be. I got to be pretty close on that train as well as him." Anyways, yeah, I feel like we're finally getting moving. Now that we don't have a bunch of people with us. No offense to all them. I loved all of our guests tonight. And if you guys are not subscribed to Movement, go do that. And also Viper's Quartet. He's not producing a lot of stuff right now. Hopefully he gets back into it. And yeah. So Rust, are you cool if I just keep going up north?
Absolutely.
Heck yeah, man. Arrival at the Wall. Melisandre sacrifices Alistair for favorable winds going north. Let's just stop there really quick. Alistair Florent, former Hand of the King, gets sacrificed for favorable winds. That's it. They burned him alive for a breeze. Like, that's hardcore.
Yeah.
I just did my Alistair Florent video not too long ago, and I really liked the idea. I threw it out there, and I got a couple of people who responded to it. But the idea of Alistair joining a religious fanatical cult, thinking that it's a good move politically, but you should not join not only cults but just extreme political movements, thinking that you're just going to get gain out of it when you don't fully understand it, right? Like, oh, if I join this, I can move up and be Hand of the King, but you don't realize that you're messing around with people who will burn you alive for a fucking breeze. That's all he got burned alive for.
Yeah.
That's nuts. Stay out of extremist cults. That's what I'm getting at. Melisandre sacrifices, Alistair for wins. So Stannis leaves Selyse and Shireen at Eastwatch by the Sea. Well, he goes west. Stannis' army arrives in time to defeat the wildling host gathered by Mance Rayder during the battle beneath the wall. Stannis occupies the King's Tower at Castle Black. So they already won. I'm moving through this pretty fast, but they win the battle pretty fast. The battle beneath the wall. Stannis occupies the King's Tower, Castle Black. Though he plans to burn Mance for treason, he is willing to allow the other free folk through the wall, but only if they swear to R'hllor. Stannis offers to legitimize Jon Snow and name him a Lord of Winterfell in exchange for Jon's help. Jon is reluctant to accept because it would require the burning of the Godswood at Winterfell. You imagine that Jon finally gets to be Lord of Winterfell, but he loses the Godswood? That is like so bittersweet and awful. Like, yeah, but you have to burn like pretty much one of the most important things in Winterfell.
And then, like, what are you going to do with all that freaking space? It's like bigger than Winterfell itself, isn't it?
Another dragon pit.
The dragons are dead, though.
Not the stone dragons underneath Winterfell. Everyone knows about those. They burn the weirwoods, and then all the clutch of dragon eggs that good Queen Alysanne and Quicksilver left there. Not Quicksilver. Silverwing left there. Hatch. Write that. Why are we not writing that? Write that fan fiction. Get on it. All right, yeah, but no, that would suck so much. Like, you could finally be Lord Stark. Really? Yeah, but we're burning the Godswood. Fuck, man, what? Really? Why? Oh. All right, Stannis is pissy with the long election. You like my summarizing? I had to shove all. Yeah. I like a lot of times it was like, you know how some written things like you can just sum up 5 words up, where I'm just like, he is frustrated and tells all the men that he is frustrated with how long they are taking, and I'm like, I'm just gonna go with he's pissy. I'm just gonna go with that. So yeah, Stannis is pissy with the long election of the new Lord Commander. He calls several of the men to inform them that if they can't do it that day, he will choose one himself, which is not okay. Stannis tells Maester Aemon and Sam Tarly that he told his men to begin mining dragonglass at Dragonstone. Hey, so that's a thing. Thanks to Sam and a bird's involvement. Birds overthrowing elections. You know how many electoral college votes one Raven is? Geez, so much. Jon Snow is elected as Lord Commander, preventing him from accepting Stannis' offer. Later in Bravos, Maester Aemon becomes convinced that Melisandre has misread the signs that told her that Stannis is Azor Ahai Reborn. Gee, you think?
Wait, does Stannis really tell them that he'll pick one himself? I thought that was something that Sam made up to get those two guys to agree to back Jon.
Nope. He makes up, like, he tells those guys which one they're gonna pick. So he uses that as like, hey, Cotter Pike, Stannis is gonna pick Dennis Mallister, or hey, Dennis Mallister, he's gonna pick Cotter Pike. Okay. I think it's been a while since I've gone through those. I covered that in my Dennis Mallister video, but yeah, he uses which one. But yeah, but he does say like, figure it out now, or I'll fucking do it. Yeah, favorite Iron Islanders, not a 10,000-year-old Mel. I'm confused. Probably because I'm jumping in like so much. Sometimes I feel like reading the chat is like reading other people's conversations because there's so much in chatting. like if I jump in and read the chat, I feel like I'm like interrupting or eavesdropping. All right. Chat's still going strong. You guys are doing great. All right. Am I good to just keep going? You got anything else?
As far as I'm concerned.
All right. Well, you have to be Moon Man now. No one else is here to derail us.
Oh, you want me to derail you? I can do that.
But in subject, derail me Stannis-wise.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll take a drink of my Mellow Yellow and see what you come up with.
What color were Stannis' eyes?
Blue. Dark blue. Right? Isn't that something that we said earlier? Yeah, dark blue eyes and a heavy brow. I also
And
have a heavy brow.
A heavy brow. Interesting.
But the lighting makes me kind of look like it takes away my eyebrows. I kind of look like I don't have eyebrows in this lighting. I got to get rid of this light that's directly.
I have pretty bushy eyebrows. I've been told that I have nice long eyelashes, but I don't think we can get eyelash resolution here.
See, you derailed us. We're doing good. That's exactly what I asked for.
We got a super chat.
Hey, we got a super chat. Keep cooking, Taco and Russ. Oh, we will. Thank you, Paul. Boom. Super chat. Let's go. Yeah, we'll keep cooking. We'll keep cooking tacos and Rust. Because there's no commas. Yeah, thanks for the super chat, and then I make fun of your grammar. That's very classy of me. Thank you so much, Paul. Keep watching, and we'll keep cooking. Yeah, so we're on to Still at the Wall. So Stannis remains at the King's Tower in Castle Black. He plans to use Val to seal a peace between the Northmen of the Free Folk, or the Northmen and the Free Folk. Stannis sends the ravens to the Northern Lords, demanding their fealty, but only House Karstark replies, swearing Stannis their allegiance. There's a lot to unpack in that one of him kind of misunderstanding the importance of Val, but Val, the warrior princess, because since she is related to
his stubborn refusal to understand that just is absurd. I don't. Well, it's kind of unbelievable to me that he doesn't believe Jon when Jon keeps telling him, "Look, they don't think like this."
Yeah, but think, you're convinced as a lord, a high lord, that your blood fucking matters. That is your entire life. The reason why he's doing any of this, and he's ordered thousands of people into battle and to their death, and that he's causing all these wars, and that he's going all these places and doing all this shit, is because he is convinced that he's rightfully the king because of birth. And then Jon goes, yeah, that whole like blood matters shit doesn't really matter north of the wall. You don't think it's going to be hard? Like, oh, okay, it's just us. Like, you think that he's going to be like, you think that he would say, what do you fucking mean? Yeah,
I can see it being hard. I don't see it being impossible. And I also don't see Melisandre not like also being there, also trying to explain it to him.
Yeah. Well, she knows that there's power in King's blood too. So maybe that the fact that they've literally been seeing Edric Storm's blood actually do magic, or at least what you think. Like, those people could have died regardless of him tossing some fucking leeches in a fire. But it has been confirmed to them. They have affirmation that King's blood matters. And then the free folk are like, yeah, we don't really subscribe to that fucking feudalism bullshit. And yeah, you're right. I think that it can't be impossible to believe. But also, I could see anger, because anytime your political society is called into question and then somebody else says, hey, there's a different way people react in anger. I mean, look at how people who grow up in, I don't want to make it political, but people who grow up in a political society, I'm just going to name one, guys. I'm not trying to make a political statement, but people who grew up in capitalism saying, hey, you work every day, this is how you make money, blah, 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 blah. When they hear about communism, and it's like, no, it's not actually about this. Everybody's equal, and you don't actually have to work your ass off. We just all can split the pie. It pisses people off, right? Mm-hmm. And it, again, I'm not saying I subscribe to any of those things. I'm just saying that's probably why finding out, like, oh, Val's important because her sister's important and she's a princess. And Jon's like, yeah, that shit doesn't actually matter north of the wall. He's like, what do you fucking mean it doesn't? It does matter. Like, I can see Stannis getting angry about it, but yeah, the like complete refusal to understand a different culture is kind of stupid.
Yeah. I'm wondering if it implies either somebody influencing his mind, or the possibility of him being an imposter.
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, those two things make more sense to me than him being this foolish.
Yeah, but I think he's made some foolish mistakes already compared to other things. He's like, it's funny. Like, I think of Stannis as being extremely flawed, but he's still better than so many of the other people who are trying to be king and trying to become king.
Yeah.
Mel, a founder of the Iron Bank. All right, what are you guys doing? What kind of weird shit are you cooking up in the chat? All right. Where are we? Still beyond the wall? Or still at the wall? So, yeah, Stannis rides down to Stannis rides down the King's Road almost as far as Queen's Crown. He prowls through empty hovels of Molestown, and he inspects ruins at Queen's Gate and Oakenshield, and walks atop of the wall each night with Melisandre, while selecting prisoners for questioning during the day. He doesn't sleep much. In letters, House Mormont refuses to join Stannis, and House Manderly only makes excuses. Yeah, Manderly's like, well, they're just making excuses. Jon Snow refuses to give Stannis ownership of 16 castles along the wall that are unoccupied by the Black Brothers, and he asks Stannis for men instead to serve under the command of his own commanders. So that's what he starts doing. He starts giving Rangers and stewards of the Night's Watch in charge of the other garrisons on the wall, but then gives them like 50 Stannis men. Like, they're mostly Stannis men, but the idea is that they're still, so you don't piss everybody off, right? Because I think that that's right. More political, because John's actually a pretty good fucking politician in this later book. Until he creates.
Well, he has ideas that are good and politically neutral.
But he doesn't.
He's not
voice
great
them
at the.
To his, yeah.
He's not real good at getting people to cooperate quite yet.
Or just communicating. I think if you just sit down, this is not what this live stream's about. But if you sit down, Bowen Marsh, and actually explain yourself, other than like, "Hey, this is what I want you to do," instead of like, "This is why." Like, he kind of keeps a lot of his cards to his chest, which I think gets him killed. If he just sat down and he, just tried to explain a lot of his moves, I feel like Bowen Marsh, who I think is actually really
like when they didn't
smart.
Tell what's his name why he wasn't supposed to cross the river to attack the Mountain's men.
You're talking about Edmure Tully.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
that's
lack of communication
right.
Seems to run in the family.
If Robb Stark and Brendan the Blackfish just said, "Hey, we're trying to get Tywin to attack the Westerlands so we can attack him there and have better ground." Yeah, but yeah, that's lack of communication, 100%. Yep. Stannis sends Davos to White Harbor. I am not covering all of Davos' stuff here. We just don't have the time. As well as sends Richard Horpe and Justin Massey as envoys south. They are the wrong way Rangers, is Richard Horpe and Justin Massey. Something that Jon Snow talks about a lot. So I've covered both those characters. I've covered fucking almost everybody we've talked about today, but I really do love Justin Massey and Richard Horpe. Stannis' like ensemble, when it comes to characters that I've covered, are probably some of my fucking favorite. I just want to say that. Like, Godfrey Giant Slayer, Clayton Suggs, Justin Massey, Richard Horpe. Like, there are some really fucking interesting characters up at the wall right now. So Stannis has Mancerator burn. However, he unknowingly burned Rattleshirt, right? Lord of Bones. Stannis offers the remaining free folk to either bend the knee or go beyond the wall to die. Most of the free folk bend the knee. So, yeah. I'm getting down. Only 3 slides left. You got anything to add about just wall shenanigans?
It's awfully convenient that he turns up at the wall when he does.
Yeah. He's a Deus Ex Manissima, like Stanissima, like really, like, holy shit, wouldn't it be great if we had an army to stop Mance Raider and then just like, bah, 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 like Stannis just fucking appears.
Yeah, him, the whole, we've been trying to make you king to save the realm. Why don't we save the realm to make you king, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that line gets said in the books, but that's what he's trying to do, basically. Prove that he's the king by defending the realm. I just don't know if I can quite see him being talked into that. Unless it was Melisandre who thought it was a good idea to do this.
To going north?
Yeah.
I think that he's easily, well, it was Davos too, but he just had that dream. Remember? I did cover that on, because he just had, I can go back, because that's what the art I use for it. But Stannis reveals that he's seen a high hill in a forest where men in black had made a ring of torches and where shapes were moving through the snow.
Right.
So,
I remember you saying that.
So Melisandre constantly is affirming his, is proving that magic and prophecies work, right? Because she's constantly like, hey, we do this and this is going to happen, and it works. Like, oh, I've seen in my dreams Courtney Penrose is dead. And guess what? Courtney Penrose gets dead. Or Renly. Like,
right.
She has proven to Stannis that dreams, prophecies, magic, all that shit's legit. So when he has a fucking dream, and then the next day Stannis is like, let's go, Davos is like, let's go north. Like, these guys need our help. The Night's Watch is asking a lot of people. They're not asking. No one else is doing it. Maybe we should do it. And he probably was like, well, I just fucking had that dream. And then Melisandre's like, yeah, that's kind of like an Azor Ahai thing to do. Right? So, yeah, did that make sense? Are you convinced now?
It's plausible that way, certainly.
All right. Hey, Michael, how you doing? I wonder how many timeline rerolls it took from Bran to make Stannis show up at the right time. That's a really funny fucking.
Remember in Futurama with the time machine, and then they realize time is cyclical and they overshoot, so they have to go back around all the way around again.
Yeah.
And the new universe is 10 feet lower than the old one, so they crush their own copies, and it just takes care of the paradox right away.
Oh, that's so good.
I'm just imagining Bran, like, time is cyclical, and he's just like, but he doesn't have a way to speed time up, so he's just sitting there waiting for billions of years for it to reset again.
Yeah, that's so funny. Or imagine fucking up like right away. Like, all right, I reset the timeline and I'm Bran, and then it's just like, I don't know, you mess up and then Aegon's ship sinks on his way over from Dragonstone. It's like, oh fuck, like, like I'm not even born yet, and then you gotta just like wait. Damn it!
Was that my fault? Did I do that? Like,
son of a bitch. Oh man, just be a raven randomly, and then just like, all right, I'm just gonna do nothing. I'm just gonna walk around this path, and then you just get in front of a horse that has like Aegon the Conqueror's grandpa in it. Dies like, oh fuck! All right, Cyclops is better than Wolverine. That's an amazing name. Stannis understood why people love Stannis so much. I don't think Stannis knows. Cyclops is better. Wolverine is an amazing fucking name. I'm a big Cyclops enthusiast and apologist. I'm glad that new cartoon did him justice. All right. We're marching through the north. Stannis wins the support of... Wait. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, Stannis wins half of the support of the forces of Mor's Umber with half of the remaining Umber forces. Yeah, he only gets half of the remaining Umber forces with Mor's Umber. Stannis plans to march with the wildlings to the Dreadfort because Ramsay Bolton isn't home. He's down doing Mount Caelan stuff. Jon warns that the Dreadfort will learn of it long before he can reach the castle and that Mount Caelan will fall quickly, so the Boltons are free to march against Stannis with their entire force. Additionally, marching with wildlings will only serve to turn the Northmen against Stannis. Instead, Jon proposes that Stannis visit the mountain clans instead of the Dreadfort, and Jon suggests marching against Deepwood Mott to fight the Ironborn of Asha Greyjoy. And the wildlings will remain at the wall. Also, Jon just wants to keep more wildlings at the wall. Stannis follows Jon's advice and marches west to the northern mountains. Devon Seaworth and Melisandre remain at Castle Black. The Red Priestess later thinks that her bed has seen little use since Stannis' departure. So that's just confirmation that Mel and Stannis just banged all the time, right, Russ?
Seemingly.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't sleeping much. So what else is he using Mel's bed for?
Well, he also just wasn't sleeping well at all.
Yeah.
It was part of, the whole him turning into a skeleton sort of thing.
Well, yeah, I think it was Christy earlier, but a lot of people in the chat have talked about her just leeching not only the shadow babies, but possibly other stuff of just draining Stannis' life force. And he looks like a fucking corpse now. Because, and he's going gray and he just looks like he's aged 10 years in just a minute. Yeah.
See, I don't know. I don't think that she's draining his life force for her own use. I think that the making a shadow baby takes a lot of his vitality.
Absolutely. Making a regular
but at the
baby
same time, he also probably can't sleep because he sees through the eyes of his shadow babies in his dreams, I would imagine. So he sees himself basically murdering his brother and Penrose. So he's probably just not sleeping because of that as well.
Yeah, you probably have nightmares of what your shadow baby was doing, for sure.
Yeah.
Poor Penrose. All right, so Jon's advice, Stannis' departure. Yeah, the king wins over several of the mountain clans, gathering an additional 3,000 men for his army. Stannis then recovers Deepwood Mott and Asha Greyjoy, returning the castle to House Glover. And then Asha and several Ironborn are taken captive, and Stannis is joined by the Mormonts. So now he finally got the Mormonts on his side, as well as by the small folk freeing from the Ironborn and survivors from the battle outside of the gates of Winterfell. Men once sworn to the Hornwoods, Kerwins, and Tullharts. So yeah, he's gained a little bit of men on his walk, quite a lot. Mountain clansmen, Mormonts, and then just people fleeing Winterfell. So yeah. I love I completely agree. I wish we did know more about I wish we had a POV character with Stannis when he went to the mountain clans. I think seeing Stannis.
Yeah, do we know what he promised them to get them on his side?
No, I don't think he promised too much. Have a good night, Moonman. I think that he just... What did Jon say? If you go party with them, feed them, hang out with them, it's the we're saving Ned Stark's daughter, is what really pushes it. I think it's just
right, they're loyal to the Starks.
Yeah, they're loyal to the Starks. So you go show them that you're not an asshole, and maybe they'll join you, and that you're that you want to bring a Stark back into power is what they really want.
Okay.
Yeah. Good question, Iguana. Yeah, that's the whole side. We only got 2 slides left. We're getting there. And one's Winds of Winter. All right, the Crofters Village. Stannis and his army march on Winterfell, but they are slowed by the heavy snows of the Wolveswood, and Stannis is forced to encamp at a Crofters Village, 3 days west of Winterfell. Arnulf Karstark, who I've done a video for, and Mors Umber, who I've also done a video for, have begun to march as well and plan to join Stannis. So they're all meeting at the Crofter Village. Arnulf eventually finds Stannis at the Crofters Village. Many of Stannis' men succumb to the blizzard, including his remaining squire, Brian Faring. Ah, dang, poor Brian. Never got to meet you. When 4 Peasbury men, not Beesbury, Peasbury men are condemned for cannibalism, Stannis allows them to be burned by Godfrey Faring and Clayton Suggs, with the Queen's men believing them to be sacrifices to ward off the blizzard. Yeah, like when you're hanging out with a bunch of fanatical, crazy people who are going to burn you alive just for like fair wind, don't start eating people. Don't fucking piss anyone off. I would be so nice to the Queen's men. What are you up to? Just being pious, just loving Ramor. Just being me.
How indiscreet do you have to be to get caught doing that, though?
Well, what do you mean? It's kind of hard to get away with cannibalism, isn't it? I've never tried.
Not under. I would under those circumstances, it should not have been difficult for them to get away with it.
No one had meat. No one had food. When you're grilling meat out of nowhere, people are gonna be like, "Where'd you get that?" It's like, we just had a cow this whole fucking time.
You just immediately get it off the bone, cut it into unrecognizable shapes,
and
then say that you found a fucking wild pig. I don't care. Whatever.
Yeah, maybe. But it's hard to keep 4 people doing cannibalism a secret. If it was one dude, that's why you never hear about, like Jeffrey Dahmer didn't have 3 accomplices. He would have got caught right away. You got to sneak that cannibalism. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, this is exactly, absolutely. He probably just said, let's go get Ned's girl. And they're all like, yeah, me too. Okay. Yeah. Man, I can't believe we're at 3.5 hours. This is going to be our longest live stream. I knew it as soon as you cycle past my channel wanted 20 fucking slides. I know, oh no. I first wrote it, and after I saw how much just were in 2 slides, I was like, man, do these guys really want me to cover everything Stannis ever did? No one wants that. And then I put it out in a poll, and 80% of the people wanted that. So here I am. Yeah, new record. Yeah, and it ain't ending anytime soon. We still got to go. All right, so we're doing a little bit of cannibalism. Jon Snow receives Tycho Nestoris at the wall and realizes that if Stannis gives into the demands of the Iron Bank, the Braavosi will give him their support, which might win him the Iron Throne. Yeah, no, Tycho Nestoris in the North is one of the coolest fucking things in the whole later books. I love this Iron Bank representative just wandering the North. Playing the game up there, collecting his own hostages.
Have I told you my mental image of him?
Do you want to just see what he looks like?
I mean, you can show me somebody else's, rendition of him, but
I
know what he looks like in my head.
Tell me what he looks like in your head.
So first of all, he's played by the same guy that he is in the TV show. So that guy that played Mycroft Holmes in Sherlock.
Yeah.
And he has a tall Jamiroquai style hat that's bright orange, but no brim, right? So it's just kind of like a chef's hat, but without the pleats.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it.
I do like that. And you got the hat
But
almost right.
It's fuzzy. It's fuzzy. The hat.
I think the art I'm about to show you, Attacking the Stars, is up there on my favorite art for A Song of Ice and Fire. But I do like your rendition too. But man, do I love this. Because he's so out of place. You know, I love the just like, what the hell is that guy doing at the wall?
Yeah.
Like he's so colorful and everyone else is just wearing black and he's like in this cool purple like bard's outfit. Like, I'm here to discuss the funds. It's like, what the fuck?
And I feel like that was intentional.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's supposed to stand out like a sore thumb.
Well, he's from the Iron Bank is in Bravos, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh no, I was confusing Bravosi with Tyroshi. The Tyroshi
that's
are the ones
weird
that
color
dye their beards.
Yeah, hell yeah. I got a lot of really cool clips we never played.
I wonder how toxic those beard dyes are.
They got to be pretty toxic. I got this one in case we want to start calling Stannis Baratheon this nickname instead.
Stan Darsh is more like it.
Stan Darsh.
Stan Baratheon.
Darsh Baratheon.
Stannis Baratheon.
And then I don't know, I just got a lot of like Nelson Muntz just doing. It's got that one. I don't know.
If we do want to start calling Stannis Stan, I would be behind that.
Well, I got a lot of Stan stuff for that, like this.
Yeah.
Well, why do you want to be Loretta, Stan?
Yeah.
I want to have babies.
Some classic Monty Python there. The Life of Brian, dude.
Life of Brian.
Life of Brian is so good.
My parents wouldn't let me watch that growing up because they were Christian, and it's very blasphemous.
It's extremely blasphemous. That's what makes it good. And also, that chick is completely Nako for like an entire scene.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I forgot about that.
I didn't because my parents let me watch it. So
I remember the nudity from the behind the scenes.
Oh, I don't know that one.
There's quite a bit of toplessness.
Oh, nice. John Cleese topless.
Well, I mean, yes, but
I'm in. That's all you have.
Like they're filming in like the desert, so none of them have very many clothes on.
I wouldn't mind seeing John Cleese's faulty tower, if you know what I'm saying. That little faulty towers joke. Oh my god. I think that's the funniest thing I've said all day. No one was here for it. All right. If you haven't watched all of Faulty Towers, do yourself a fucking favor. It's only like one season. It is one of my favorite television shows of all time. All right. Are we done? No, we're not. Tycho Nestor is wandering around the north. Alice Karstark arrives at Castle Black and warns Jon about her uncle, Arnulf, is only feigning loyalty to Stannis and is really with House Bolton and is planning to betray Stannis. To warn Stannis, Jon sends a message to Deepwood with Tycho, and from there, Tycho continues to the Crofters village as well. That's near Winterfell. Tycho finds Moor's Umber with the captive Theon Greyjoy and, quote, Arya Stark, who's really Jane Poole, whom he brings with him to Stannis. Jon Snow gets a pink letter that says Stannis was killed along with most of the army in 7 days of battle. Dun, dun, dun. That is chronologically. We find that out before we get chapters with Stannis in the next book. So, in the book that isn't published. So maybe we will never get these chapters. Who knows? Yeah. Faulty Towers. Yeah. They're all available on YouTube. Let's go.
12 of them are.
Yeah,
which I do not believe is all of them.
Yeah, that's all of them.
There's at least 2 videos in that playlist hidden for copyright.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, maybe there's 14. I know it's only one season. Yeah. All right. What do you think? Are you ready for Winds of Winter?
It says 12 episodes.
Well, there you go. Are you ready for Winds of Winter? You want to talk about Tycho Nestoris bringing a letter that's proving Arnulf Karstark is actually working with the Boltons to Stannis, because that's actually pretty big.
Yeah, that's cool. Let's talk about that.
So, I know at least one person. I don't want to call anyone out because they're not here. But I've heard some people discuss that letter. Well, they're looking for who wrote the pink letter. And I remember somebody was like, Stannis wrote the pink letter, and they go over that scene, that chapter. And there's problems with just picking apart chapters without looking at the entire context of the entire books. Because I've heard a few people say Stannis wrote it because there's a letter that is mentioned in the Winds of Winter Theon 1. But the letter that is mentioned in that is not the pink letter. It's the letter that Jon wrote to give the Tycho Nestoris that says Arnulf Karstark is working with the Boltons. Don't fucking trust them.
Okay.
I just wanted to throw that out there. We're 3.5 hours in. I mean, I might as well just randomly talk about that letter. But I again, we see how shrewd and really good at the game Jon is. Like Jon finding that out and getting that letter. Jon kind of single-handedly does a lot of the shit that Stannis wants to do too. Like Stannis wants to, let small folk in. Jon does it as soon as he leaves. Like I feel like, I don't know. I feel like Jon's just really good at what he does until he gets stabbed.
Yeah.
Okay. Calm down.
He needed a spider.
All right. You ready for Winds of Winter?
Sure.
All right. So Winds of Winter. So keep in mind what we're about to cover in this slide is not actually in a published book. This is just a preview chapter. So it's all subject to change. And at the Crofters Village, Stannis prepares for the battle against the Boltons. Well, the phrase and the man release. He signs a contract with Tycho Nestoris that plans to send a banker back to the wall for safety. Tycho brought a message from Jon Snow informing him of Arnulf Karstark's planned treachery. So Stannis has Arnulf and his men arrested, and he plans to execute them. Stannis sends Justin Massey to escort, quote, Arya Stark back to Castle Black to reunite her with Jon. In gratitude for the Lord Commander's Council and the gathering of the Northern Mountain clans. Yeah, Stannis is really... He's grateful that Jon helped him, which I kind of like. It's like a nice thing that Stannis does. Justin Massey is to travel to Braavos and use the money from the Iron Bank to hire 20,000 sellswords for Stannis. Stannis tells Justin that he may hear of Stannis' death in Braavos, but even if the news is true, the knight is to follow the orders as to seat his daughter Shireen Baratheon on the Iron Throne. Stannis next receives Asha Greyjoy and informs her that her brother Theon must be executed, as showing him mercy would mean losing a lot of Northmen. Asha suggests that Stannis behead Theon with Lightbringer before a weirwood at a nearby island. There you go. We covered everything about Stannis.
Huzzah.
I have 3 slides of quotes, if you will, that are all really interesting.
Are they all from Stannis?
One is, and the other 2 are about him. Yeah.
Okay.
So
let's go.
I wanted to get some how funny fucking Stannis is, because there's one in here that makes me laugh my ass off. So all the way back in A Clash of Kings, chapter 31, Catelyn 3, kings have no friends, only subjects and enemies. Stannis Baratheon to Catelyn Stark. And then another one, Stannis to Davos in A Storm of Swords, chapter 63. I never asked for this crown. Gold is cold and heavy on the head. But so long as I am the king, I have duty. If I must sacrifice one child to the flames to save 1 million from the dark, Sacrifice is never easy, Davos. It is no true sacrifice. I do like that because it actually implies that he really doesn't want to burn Edric Storm, but it's a sacrifice because it's not easy. Yeah. But you're still just burning a kid alive, so don't do that. Demons made of snow and ice and cold, and the ancient enemy, the only enemy that matters. Stannis to Samwell and Melisandre and Aemon in Storm of Swords 78. And then I got a couple more. Stannis. So this is Stannis talking to Melisandre. Oh no, yeah, this is Stannis talking to Melisandre. Yeah, on in the Dance of Dragons chapter 3. So I love this one. So Stannis says, "I thought the wet nurse was this man Craster's daughter," and Melisandre says, "Wife and daughter both, Your Grace. Craster married all of his daughters. Gilly's boy was the fruit of their union." And then Stannis says, and this is my favorite, "Her own father got this child on her. We are well rid of her then. I will not suffer abominations here. This isn't King's Landing." That's a good one. Yeah. I won't suffer incest. This isn't King's Landing. That's fucking funny. All right, so these are about Stannis. So Ned found it hard to imagine what could frighten Stannis Baratheon, who had once held Storm's End through a year of siege, surviving on rats in boot leather, while the Lords Tyrell and Redwine sat outside with their hosts, banqueting inside of his walls. So yeah, that's a good one. Because that's psychological warfare. Mace Tyrell just eating in front of people who don't have food. What a dick. And then this is Viserys to Eddard. His claim is true one. He is known for his prowess as a battle commander, and he is utterly without mercy. There is no creature on earth half terrifying as a truly just man. So that was Game of Thrones chapter 58. Same chapter as the last one, actually. And then this is another one, Game of Thrones chapter 69. Tyrion 9. "I have felt from the beginning that Stannis was the greater danger than all the others combined." That's Tyrion Lannister. So yeah, we did say that earlier, that Tyrion knew right away that Tywin said that. We talked about earlier how Tywin immediately knew that Stannis was the real threat. And then this is everybody's favorite one. This is Donald Noy to Jon Snow in A Clash of Kings chapter 6. "Robert was the true steel. Stannis is pure iron, black and hard and strong, yes, but brittle in way that iron gets. He'll break before he bends. And Renly, that one, he's copper, bright and shiny, pretty to look at, but not worth that much at the end of the day." So yeah, that is probably the most famous quote about the Baratheon brothers.
Yeah, also because the idea that the others are dismayed by iron, and here's Stannis being described as iron.
Oh, yeah. Do we know the others are dismayed by iron, or is that just like a leprechaun thing that you're just kind of stealing?
No, this is something that is definitely said. Let me pull it up here.
Well, I know that they wear, like the old Kings of Winter wore iron crowns, and that's what Robb Stark wears, is like a old Kings of Winter iron crown. Hell yeah. Old Nan says they hate iron. Thank you, Michael. Look at Michael just coming in clutch in the fucking chat. Yeah. Sexy man, your mustache and your hair. Man, I love Michael. I got a question for Michael, though.
Why don't you just go by Mike instead of Mike?
No way. Why should I change? He's the one who sucks.
There you go. Got some office space for you.
Yeah, so here we are. So
the Iron. Yeah, no shit. What was I thinking?
Game of Thrones. A Game of Thrones brand 4. Old Nan nodded. In that darkness, the others came for the first time, she said, as her needles went click, click, click. They were cold things, dead things that hated iron and fire and the touch of the sun and every creature with hot blood in its veins.
My bad. Yeah, how could I forget about the iron holding them down in the fucking Crypts of Winterfell? And yes, Hodor has one. Hodor! Do you think Hodor named his sword Hodor?
Since it's the only word he can say, that would be most convenient.
You don't think it would be funny if just out of nowhere he's like, Hodor, Hodor, Excalibur, Hodor?
I mean, yes, that would be funny. It's just it just didn't happen is all.
Yes, it would be funny, but it would ruin all of the books. Just throw one really stupid slapstick thing that ruins the credibility of the rest of George's writing. Yeah, I really want to know the importance of the iron opposed to
I'm
steel.
wondering if iron was just an old term for Valyrian steel.
Maybe all steel back in the day was Valyrian steel. I don't know. Back during the days of Azor Ahai, when you were stabbing, doing blood sacrifices to
the thing
make
is
your sword.
that you have basically iron with a low enough carbon content is considered iron.
Yeah.
Once you get a high enough
Purify
carbon
it,
content, it's considered steel. Once the carbon content gets too high, it goes back to being iron. So like cast iron has a ton of carbon in it. So the idea that iron, that something is, that steel isn't iron is just odd. Because
it is. Like iron's
some
not
things
steel,
that
but
are
steel's iron.
Right. Because some things that are iron are just iron with more carbon than steel, or iron with less carbon than steel.
Yeah. That's interesting. That's interesting. All right, we got two more sets, or one more set of quotes, and then we're done with our slides. We might as well just hang out to get this a full 4 hours, but yeah, I mean, we're so close. About Stannis, too. So this is Cersei Lannister talking to Sansa Stark at Clash of Kings chapter 69, or 60, not 69. Were it anyone else at the gates, I might hope to beguile him, but this is Stannis Baratheon. I would have a better chance at seducing his horse. That might be a Catherine the Great joke. I don't know. So then, thoughts of Jon Snow and Dance of Dragons, chapter 3, John 1. Stannis Baratheon with a grievance is like a mastiff with a bone. He gnawed on it down to splinters. Fucking love that quote. That's a good one.
That's a little relatable.
do you gnaw on grievances down until they're splinters?
Oh yes, I do.
Well, I hope you like me. Holy shit.
I'm talking about like beefs with like city government and stuff like that.
Okay, all right. I'm down for that. I'm totally down for that. I used to have a really big problem holding on to grudges, but I'm trying to wizen in my old age and be a little more forgiving. But I've definitely struggled with the idea of letting shit go in my young and anger past. And I just grew up extremely angry, so like a large part of my 30s has just been trying to let go of a lot of that. And but pointing it towards the government is way, like, that's healthier than hating your fellow person. All right, and then our final one. So this is thoughts of Asha Greyjoy. So this would have been in Theon 1, Winds of Winter. His eyes were sunk in deep pits, his close-cropped beard no more than a shadow across his hollow cheeks and bony jawbone. Yet there was power in his stare, an iron ferocity that told Asha this man would never turn back from his course. Yeah, there's more talk of him being dead, like being corpse-like. Like there's got to be some symbolism there of his soul being used to make these shadow babies, in that he's now like almost like an other on his own. And there's definitely Night's King symbolism. 100%.
Yeah, it makes me think. I'm in the middle of watching the full Stargate franchise. Have you watched Stargate Atlantis?
I have not watched any Stargate.
Okay. There's a species called the Wraith that feed on the life force of people. And when they do it, you basically like see someone age really quickly in front of you, sort of like a Dorian Gray sort of deal. So that's what I think of with this. Is it reminds me of that, just the fact that his life force seems to be being drained by something.
That might make a lot of sense. I mean, I think that's definitely it. But his life force specifically is drained by Melisandre. I'm not sure at the top of my head. I don't have it written down if we found out that it was mentioned by Littlefinger. I thought it was something that Ned knew about or something, but I don't know. It might be mentioned by Littlefinger. Yeah, she is literally a succubus. Yeah, no, I'm not completely against that idea that she is draining his life force. But I don't know. At least specifically for the two shadow babies.
Now the scene where Melisandre removes her
show only.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we might get that in the books.
Yeah. Yeah, we might, because the glowing jewel is a thing.
Ruby, yeah.
Yeah. The ruby glows thematically important times, right? Like when shit's going down, it's the ruby's glowing. Also her eyes kind of are a little freaky. Her heart-shaped face.
What's it called again?
Fuck. I want to call it a brooch, but it's not a brooch, so give me a sec here. It's on amulet.
No, the
heart-shaped pendant.
Well, the magical thing that they use to change their
glamour.
appearance. The glamour. Yeah. That's it.
I do have a clip for Melisandre that I haven't played yet. Which is from a television show I think you would like. So I went into where I find these clips and I typed Melisandre and I couldn't get anything besides the stuff I already been playing. And then I just typed in Mel. So I got this.
Mel.
just Junior Soprano just hiding by a dumpster saying Mel. It's the name of his lawyer.
Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah.
What's your lawyer's name? Mel. And I don't know, man. My love for Sopranos, I just have to throw in these really random ones. Crawled underneath there for warmth.
And then Junior's got dementia, and his lawyers had a stroke, and he has to use the voice box. And Junior, because he's got dementia, keeps thinking that a man from outer space is calling him. Like, yeah.
Yeah, that's so funny. The man from outer space. It's a voice box, June. All right. I think we did pretty good. I have a bunch of clips I didn't play, but that's fine. I mean, they weren't important. They're just random. I downloaded a lot of stuff about kings and crowns. So I got some stuff from The Wire like this.
If he is the head that wears the crown.
And then I got some Wizard of Oz.
Long live the king.
And since I was doing a lot of king stuff, just a bunch of lines.
The king.
I just can't wait to be king. Just can't wait to be king.
So just
do you have oh shoot. It occurred to me when I saw the first one. clips that you showed, and then I can't remember. Hold on, let me rewind to the stream here.
Is it from The Wire?
Yeah.
I got one more from The Wire.
No.
Do
you have It's Good to Be the King from The History of the World, Part 1?
No, I should have. God, that's a good one.
Okay.
No, but I got one more from The Wire, and it's Marlo Stanfield in the last episode.
Give up the crown.
Which I rewatched The Wire, and I finished it today. My
nice
fucking 10th rewatch.
Take a shot at the king. Best not miss.
Best not miss. I've had that one before. And then I had this idea. So this is gonna take you back in your nerd days, but when I was just thinking about kings.
Sad little king of a sad little hill.
You got it?
Yeah, that's Firefly.
Hell yeah. Summer Glau, who played a Terminator at one point. So it's kind of
right.
And then me and my wife rewatched Billy Madison the other day, so I just got a bunch of random Billy Madison. So you just need to see that. All right. Clearly I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel, so unless you guys have any more final questions, if you do want to send in final super chats, do it now, and then we will answer questions. If not, then I think this was a fucking awesome live stream. We literally covered like fucking 4 hours. We covered Stannis' entire story. That, I mean, it was summed up in small little details. I come on. I didn't want to do any more than 20 fucking slides for it, and then I got 3 slides of quotes. So it was 23, and then with the thumbnail it was 24, which was like way more than I wanted to do. So all for you guys. So thank you guys.
This came up in the Discord like while we were doing the live stream.
What?
George published on Not a Blog that apparently let's see, Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon, between them two, had won 7 Saturn Awards starting back in 2015. So between 2015 and 2019, Game of Thrones won 6 Saturn Awards, and then House of the Dragon won 1, and nobody told him. Like, he's just finding out today that they won those awards. He's like, they're collecting dust on a shelf somewhere at HBO. But that's apparently funny. My show won all these awards. So cool.
Oh, that's fucking funny. Sorry, let me jump back in to make sure I'm not missing anything here. Okay. I'm gonna look up at comments. Love you, fellas. I love you too, everybody. Everybody who showed up. I'm super happy. And yeah, I will see if I can plug everybody who was involved. Go check out Viper's Quartet. I don't think my buddy Dave has anything going on right now, so I got nothing to send you guys to for Dave. I'll try to get him on more streams. His daughter woke up and he had to go. Then, of course, Russ, do you have anything specifically that you want to direct everybody to?
Not at the moment. I've got a whole back catalog of videos here on YouTube, but I don't have any current projects I'm working on.
Yeah. And I loved watching your stuff when they came up. There was a couple things that, I don't know, I feel like me and you are like know a lot of the same weird history stuff. So when you pop things up, it was like, oh, okay, let's go. Like I kind of knew about a lot of it. Yeah, it's some good stuff. I don't know if I'm quite ready for a patch face iceberg. It won't be next week. It would be next month. I think I'm going to add in, because somebody asked me if I was going to do a Dreamfire Rhaena video, like for just my normal videos. And I was thinking Dreamfire Rhaena is way too big of a character to cover. That is Jaehaerys's. Oh, and Lolotov, what's up? Yeah, hang in there. We did it. I almost cut it in half after everybody left, but freaking Russ showed up and we killed it.
We're a minute and 15 seconds away from 4 hours.
4 hours. Yeah, I'm just gonna rant about Dreamfire Arena until we're into 4 hours.
And there's still 35 people in the chat.
I know, that's another thing. I don't want to leave when we actually have a lot of people hanging out. Maybe we should hang out a little more. A great stream. Thank you. What was I going to say? Yeah, I was thinking about adding Dreamfire Arena to the poll because she might be too big to cover in one of my normal A Song of Ice and Fire lore videos, but she's definitely not too big.
Who is it again?
Stream. Dreamfire Arena, the older sister of Jaehaerys the First.
Okay.
Easily one of my favorite Targaryens, Rhaena Targaryen. She is fucking awesome. And then if we talked about Dreamfire Arena, we'd be able to talk about Elisa Farben and the 3 dragon eggs that she stole and all of that shit. So yeah, really, really great character. Yeah, and also just like too cool of one to and too big of one to just kind of waste on a normal video. So I think I'm gonna, if you really want me to, Paul, you really want me to put patch face. I don't think there's a patch face iceberg we can go through. But if you want me to do an entire patch face video, I might add that to a poll at one point. So yeah. Anything else, or are we good to go? Oh, what do I got going on? What do I have going on? My video tomorrow isn't, well, I don't have a video tomorrow. But my video on Saturday is Jonas Bracken. Yeah. Fucking Bracken. I was writing the video for, oh, he went sideways. I was writing a video for Jonas Bracken when we did Bracken and Blackwood's last live stream. So yeah, I think that's actually when I filmed it too. So yeah, my video for Jonas Bracken comes out on Saturday, and then my Let's Talk About the Difference for Leaf came out on Tuesday. So if you
got another super chat.
I know, I was going to finish my thought. But yeah, if you're not seeing my video for Leaf, go do it. I do a shout out for Michael Talks About Stuff in it, but that was a really fun Let's Talk About the Difference. And thank you, Paul, just saying yes, Queen, for us. Yeah, $2. Yeah, you guys showed up to play. See, if we torture ourselves with 4 hours of Stannis, they take notice. So yeah, that's kind of all I got. I kind of feel like a jerk leaving when we have all these people still cooking. Oh yeah, no, Michael, did anybody show up and say Taco sent me? Because that's what I really wanted. I said at the end, go and check out the check out the Old Man is Leaf video, and then tell him that Taco sent you. And I mean, like, if I were to pitch any of your videos, I know that you said that one's like is one of your highest viewed, so maybe like that's not the one that deserves the love, but it's the one that has always kind of been a meme between me and you because it's the first one that I ever watched. Do you guys like when I talk to Michael as if he's here? So it was fun it was almost like a full circle moment of pitching that for my Leaf video of like, go check that video out, because it was kind of like the one that kind of brought Michael in. Yeah, well, maybe, hopefully you do. Because I really wanted, I wanted you to find out that way. Like, why did Taco send? I didn't know if you watched my Leaf video. Yeah. So that's it. You got anything else you want to bring up?
Just that in his Not a Blog post, George Martin referred to Roku as Roko.
Who's Roku?
Roku? It's like a streaming service.
I thought you were talking. Yeah, okay. I was like, I thought it was like a Game of Thrones reference. Like,
no.
Call Roku? Who's Roku?
No. You're.
That's fucking funny.
He froze up on my end.
Oh, am I good yet? No. All right. Well, maybe that's a sign. Maybe that's a sign we should get out of here then.
You're cutting in and out. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna play this
and
then we're gonna leave.
Yes, we do.
All right. Let's get out of here. I'm chopping up, apparently. So, Russ, thank you a ton for sticking with me for 4 hours. And everybody in the chat, fucking thanks for showing up and staying as long as you guys did. You guys are amazing. And everyone who showed up to hang out, Moonman, Viper, Dave, you guys are all fucking awesome. So, me and Rust are out. Peace.
See everybody.